All right, let's get started then. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners of this land, the people of the Kulin Nation. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship to this land. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid style and is streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Streams and recordings of Council meetings are copyrighted and cannot be altered, reproduced, or republished without the permission of Council. If we experience any technical difficulties this evening, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. I remind attendees that any member of the public addressing Council must extend due courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which it operates, and must take direction from the Chair whenever called on to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive, or objectionable, aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of the Council. The first item on tonight's agenda is requests to attend by electronic means. I've been advised by the CEO that we have not received any requests for tonight's meeting. So move on to apologies. Councillor Sirikoff is on an approved leave of absence from 7th of September to the 8th of October 2023, so we are only 8 councillors tonight. Councillors, I see everybody else is present, so we do not have any further apologies. On to the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, the minutes of the Council meeting held on the 6th of September 2023 have been circulated. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, can I have a motion to confirm these minutes? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Second, Councillor Nyaguy. Thank you. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. On to conflicts of declarations of conflict of interest. Is that a different screen tonight? Oh, that's right. Thank you. Does anybody have a conflict of interest in a matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? CEO?
Through you, Mayor, I'm declaring a potential perceived and general conflict of interest in item 17.1, Palais Theatre and Luna Park Precinct project update, as my wife is employed and has business interest, which sometimes see her as a competitor of Live Nation, a tenant of the council-owned premises at the Palais Theatre. I will exit the meeting for discussion of that topic tonight, although noting I'm not involved in the decision making and have not been involved in advice regarding that report.
Thank you. Any further conflicts of interest? If not, we'll move on to condolence motions. 2 condolence motions have been added to tonight's agenda. The first one is for Margaret Nowell, AM, former St Kilda Councillor, who sadly passed away on the 3rd of July 2023. I will now refer to Councillor Martin to read a statement on behalf of the Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Maggie Nile is a former St Kilda councillor who passed away on July the 3rd. Elected to the old St Kilda Council well before amalgamation, which, of course, became the City of Port Phillip from 1997. But Maggie was with us on the old St Kilda Council from 1982 until 1988. She was before her time in that she was both a working mother of 4 who was the head dietitian at Cabrini and, of course, also a member of our council for 6 years. She worked very hard and successfully for the establishment of childcare in St Kilda and Elwood, believing that women needed the freedom of choice to work whether they were partnered or single, and her legacy remains today. She took a keen interest in the diverse and colourful community of St Kilda and was supportive of the local music scene. When there were clashes between the desires of developers and local residents, Maggie was pragmatic and tried to find solutions to benefit everyone, aware that this was always going to be a tough ask. She was proud of her public service, both on behalf of the residents and of the cultural importance of St Kilda as a hub of creativity. Maggie's legacy will last long beyond her time, and we pass on our sincere condolences to her and her friends. And let me finish off by saying she was a holder of the Order of Australia and AM, so it's Vale Maggie Nile, AM.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Very impressive and a sad loss. I now seek to move the motion that Council expresses its deep regret on the passing of Maggie Margaret Nile, AM, and offers its sincere condolences to their family and places on record the appreciation for their service to the City of Port Phillip. Who would like to move this? Councillor Martin. Councillor Bond, a second. Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. The second condolence motion on tonight's agenda is for Ron Barassi AM, who sadly passed away on the 16th of September 2023. I'll now refer again to Councillor Martin to read a statement on behalf of Council.
Again, we've lost another pillar of our local community, the great Ron Barassi AM. Ron made his name known not as a St Kilda resident, but through his amazing contributions to Australian rules football. He played 254 VFL games for the Melbourne and Carlton football clubs between 1953 and 1969. He kicked 330 goals. He won 6 VFL flags in this time, was captain of the D's from 1960 to 64. And then as a coach, his career was equally impressive, coaching Carlton, North Melbourne, Melbourne and the Sydney football clubs for 515 games and winning a further 4 VFL flags. I first saw Ron back in 1958 as a young lad, being super impressed with him in his Demons gear. Saw him play in grand finals for Melbourne. Saw him play for Carlton. Huge innovator. I can remember turning up at a game at Princess Park and Ron and the opposition coach decided they would draw a huge diamond in the middle of the field. And the players agreed that they wouldn't enter the field until after the umpire had thrown the ball up or bounced the ball after every goal and at the start of every quarter. That's where the centre square came from, a Ron Barassi initiative. And there are many, many other initiatives that Ron took that will impact on our game for many, many more years. A 3 times All-Australian and revolutionary of the game, Ron Barassi was the first player to be inaugurated into the Australian Football Hall of Fame as a legend in 1996. He's lived locally for almost 50 years and has left an indelible mark on our community. His legacy will last long beyond his time, and we pass on our sincere condolences to his family and friends. Vale Ron Barassi, AM.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. I now seek to move a motion. I guess I'm moving it. Seek a motion for that Council expresses its deep regret on the passing of Ron Barassi AM and offers its sincere condolences to their family and places on record its appreciation for their services to the City of Port Phillip. So I'll move that. And I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Nyaguy, thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. All right, on to public question time.
Madam Mayor, may I make a declaration under item 3, if that's okay?
Yes.
Declaration. Sorry, I should have done this before.
Go back. Yep, that's fine.
I, Councillor Marcus Pearl, declare a conflict of interest in 14.4, which is the Councillor Crawford's notice of motion on the National Theatre through close association, albeit the person I had a close association with is no longer on the committee. That's only happened recently, and given I've declared that in the past, I'll be consistent and do it again tonight, just so there's no ambiguity involved. So I'll remove myself from 14.4.
Sure, thank you very much. All right. On to public question time and submissions to report items. There's quite a few of you tonight. I think we have 30. What time are you here? We'll round that to about 35, all right? So quite a few. We're going to go at 2 minutes each. Under Council governance rules, questions can be asked about items not on the agenda. Therefore, if you are speaking to an agenda item tonight, please note I will not refer your questions to an officer for a response. However, a councillor may take up your question at the item. So you're still welcome to ask the question, but that's the way we will do it tonight. And as I said, we'll go on to 2 minutes. We have some people who have called in tonight. We'll start with the virtual speakers, and then we'll come back into the room, and you'll come down to the chair, 2 minutes each. For the people online and in person, we need you to say your full name and suburb for the record, and then we'll start the timer. We do have a very loud timer back here. It's a bit of an old system, but that's one you'll hear. Good. All right. So on to the virtual speakers. Are we ready? Do we have the first person? All right. The microphone, that's over you. Where's the online? All right. So to the speakers online, who have joined via the WebEx platform, as I call your name, the governance team will unmute you. A pop-up will appear on your end. Please select Unmute Me, and then you'll start with stating your name and your suburb, and the 2-minute timer will start. All right, so our first one up, I call upon Troy Williams submitting a question to Council. Troy, can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, Troy.
Troy Williams for Albert Park.
Great. Go ahead.
I'd like to talk to Council regarding the rates. Port Phillip is one of the most expensive rates in Victoria. And in 2022, the council rates for residents were on a general rate, in summary, of 1615. They are now 1694 for the 2023 rates, which is a 4.9% increase. I understood from the council meeting on the 20th of June, the general rates would be capped at 2.8%. I have raised these concerns with council rates management team without response. I am keen to understand from council what audit or valuation has been done on the actual rates, or what details have been provided from the Valuer General on these valuations, and what clearance has been conducted to verify that they are within the 2.8% cap or the Victorian Government's 3.5% cap. I understand that there's been a lot of discussions on this with Council. I've been given, dare I say, the brush off a number of times by councillors who believe that I simply don't understand the rates, and I do not believe that is accurate. And I would like to understand from Council the details submitted for this council rates preparation for 2023 and how they were distributed across the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. I'm going to refer to Lachlan Johnson to give you an answer tonight.
Through you, Mayor. The Victorian Government's Fair Go rate system sets a limit to the amount councils can increase rates each year. As Troy said, this is known as Council's annual rates cap. The rate cap is the maximum increase in a council's average general rate income. It does not apply to each property owner's rates notice, but applies as an average across the municipality of all property classes, for example, residential, commercial and industrial properties. For 23-24, the state government set a rates cap at 3.5%. However, Council endorsed a lower rate increase of 2.8%. This was in recognition of the cost of living pressures that our community are facing and was funded from a favourable 22-23 cash surplus. Consistent with Council's rating strategy, rates are calculated using a property's capital improved value, or CIV, with different rates in the dollar applying for residential, commercial and industrial properties. Applying the rates cap is not a simple exercise, as property valuations fluctuate year on year. For 23-24, average residential valuations decreased by 0.7%, while commercial valuations increased by 6.5% and industrial properties by 8.3%. Therefore, each year, rates in the dollar for each property class are adjusted to remove the impact of these property revaluations. Rates in the dollar movements for 23-24 were as follows. Residential, as Troy outlined, saw an increase in the rate of the dollar of 4.89%. Commercial properties saw a fall of 1.99%, and industrial properties saw a fall of 3.52%. Specific information about Council's valuations, rating assumptions can be found in Volume 2 of the Council Plan and Budget on pages 96 to 107. This includes Council's approved valuations for 23-24 and the Fair Go rate system compliance statement.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Helen Halliday, submitting a question to Council. Helen, can you hear us? Pardon? Helen, can you look to unmute? There might be a pop-up there. Unmute me. Yep, you're good.
It's correct now.
Yes. Hi, Helen. We can hear you now.
My name is Helen Halliday. I live in Balaclava, and I wish to talk to the council about the progress in Woodstock Street and Bothwell Street and the overall efforts by the council for their current planting season. My concern, you will have received by now an image of Woodstock Street, which shows that the holes in the ground have not been filled by trees, falling down support structures and tape around those areas. Obviously, this was not our expectation. It's been several months now since works first started there, and there's been no progress since some indication that there were problems with the groundwater. In addition, there was a commitment to finalising the work in Bothwell Street, which is also incomplete. We've been working on this project since 2019 through BEST, and honestly, I'd have to say that I'm really disappointed in what's happened to date. It seems like we are in a state of limbo and no money is being spent in this area, and that's been typical of the area for quite some time now. There could be an overall issue here in that we also seem to have missed out on the most recent planting season with very few trees being planted. Having gone through and having a look at Bayside, I would say that they've had about 1,000 trees planted in the last few months. I would estimate that the City of Port Phillip has maybe planted 50 to 100 trees. We would like to know what's happening with Woodstock Street, why we can't have what's given to all the other areas by way of
Thank you, Helen.
Of support.
Thank you, Helen. I'll refer to Dana Pritchard to respond to the question. Dana, are you online?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. There's been two main issues with the in-road tree plots on Woodstock Street. The first is soil and drainage, and the second are the traffic bollards. Both issues have now been resolved, and the project will now be complete in early November, and it will be followed by twice weekly watering in summer to assist with establishment. With Bothwell Street, it was completed in November 2022. However, sections have been vandalised and in some areas the growth has been patchy. Later in October, the vandalised trees are being replaced and 1,000 new plants will be added to this planting. With regards to planting trees across the municipality, we are due to have 1,000 trees planted this year through infill program, the Capital Works program, and native vegetation sites.
Thank you, Dana. I call upon Jack Halliday speaking to item 14.3, notice of motion. Councillor Robbie Nyaguy, voice to Parliament.
Thank you, Mayor. Jack Halliday from Balaclava. Madam Mayor, councillors and officers, since the current referendum commenced, we've increasingly heard from the no camp that Australia's Indigenous and Torres Strait Islanders are not disadvantaged and that they have many effective avenues for consultation with government. The referendum in 1967 signalled the end of assimilationist policies and raised expectations amongst both the Indigenous community and the Australian community more broadly regarding Aboriginal rights and welfare. In the same year, 1967, the Australian government initiated Closing the Gap, an agreement between all Australian governments and Aboriginal peak bodies to work together to overcome the inequality experienced by Aboriginal people and to achieve equal outcomes for all Australian people. Closing the Gap has 19 key targets, and each year a report is produced measuring progress in meeting them. After 46 years of effort, the Closing the Gap report this year makes dismal reading. Only 4 of the 19 targets are on track, and it's evident that current policies and processes aren't working. And that is at the heart of this year's referendum, which is intended to enable better communication and consultation between Aboriginal communities and government in the development of policies affecting Aboriginal communities. It may be asked, why should Council support the Yes campaign? And the answer lies in Council's statement of commitment, first prepared in 1997 and confirmed again in 2012 and 2017. And I'll read from it, this is not complete, but I've picked out a couple of relevant statements. The Council of the City of Port Phillip acknowledges that Indigenous Australians were the first people of this land and have survived European settlement for more than 2 centuries. The Council acknowledges and grieves for the loss by the Indigenous people of their land, their children, their health and their lives. The Council recognises the valuable contribution to the Port Phillip region made by Indigenous people and looks forward to a future of mutual respect and harmony. The Council supports the Indigenous and non-Indigenous people of Australia working together.
Thank you, Jack. Sorry to cut you off, but it is the 2 minutes, and I have to be fair to the large gallery we have tonight. Thank you very much. I call upon David Demmer, speaking to item 14.3, the Voice to Parliament as well. Notice motion.
Thank you. David Demmer, suburb St Kilda. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm a member of the City of Port Phillip's LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee to Council, and I'd like to read the following statement that our committee has developed in support of this motion. The LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee to Council says yes to a voice to Parliament. In June 2023, the City of Port Phillip endorsed our action plan, a plan that, at its heart, has the opportunity to ensure the city's diverse identities and experiences are recognised and to champion a local community with its diversity, intersectionality and inclusion celebrated. Council has an opportunity to champion again its values and its commitment to reconciliation by publicly stating their support for the yes vote in the 2023 referendum for constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. By supporting a yes vote and doing so publicly as a council, you'll support an important pathway for this country's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to have a voice on issues that affect their communities. LGBTQIA+ communities understand the importance of having a voice, the power and impact of yes over no, and that such pathways should be enshrined and celebrated. The LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee respects the importance of listening to views from across all First Nations communities on the issues, and importantly, Rainbow Mob. The committee acknowledges the decades of advocacy and the invitation contained in the Uluru Statement from the Heart to walk together. A First Nations voice to Parliament protected by the Constitution is a key element of that statement. The LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee encourages Council to consider its role as a leader and its responsibility in actively engaging in meaningful recognition and reconciliation, and doing so by supporting a yes position. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Jan Crosser, speaking to item 11.1, Port Phillip EcoCentre Lease Community Engagement. Jan, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Jan Crosser, resident in Middle Park since 1984. Mayor and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm the Vice President of the Port Phillip EcoCentre and would like to speak to agenda item 11.1, Port Phillip EcoCentre Lease Community Engagement. I'll respond to the 2 questions in Council's submission. Are there any reasons, are there any reasons this lease should not proceed? The answer is simple, this lease must proceed. Finally, after 10 years of lobbying for matching funding from the state government for the redevelopment of the EcoCentre, it's now happening. The new EcoCentre is taking shape and will hopefully be ready to open mid to late next year. Thank you to the Council for your terrific support over that time. Now we need a suitable lease. Are there any...
Jan, can you still hear us? It's cut out a bit. Can you tell on your end if there's connection? Hey, Jan, can you push unmute again? Unmute me.
Is that better?
Yes, now we can hear again. Keep going.
Okay. We think the lease should be for 21 years, not 15. Protecting our environment and responding to the impacts of climate change is not a short-term issue, and it will be critical for the Council and our broader community for many years to come. Currently, many families are wanting information about what's happening in terms of how they mitigate the negative impacts of climate change and how they protect themselves and their environment for now and for a sustainable future. This is what we do at the EcoCentre. We educate, we provide information and resources, we undertake citizen science that's about protecting and informing and assisting citizens. A 21-year lease will provide long-term stability for us to plan and implement programs and actions that are needed. It will give security to philanthropists, business and government to fund our work and reassure our partners and networks that we will be around to support them for the long term. 21 years will go by very quickly.
Jan, I'm sorry to have to cut you off, but thank you very much for speaking tonight. Are we ready for the next one? I call upon Catherine Bowen, speaking to item 11.1, the Port Phillip EcoCentre lease as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Catherine Bowen, I'm from St Kilda West. Also, I am a Professor of Environment, Climate and Global Health at the University of Melbourne, and I also sit on the Committee of Management of the Port Phillip EcoCentre. And I'm also a lead author on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6 Assessment Report that was released this year. So my role on the Port Phillip EcoCentre is really looking at the health impacts of climate change. And we know that the role of the community is vital in tackling climate change and in terms of our health and wellbeing. The EcoCentre is just a fantastic example of what the IPCC is saying that we need in terms of how we respond to the climate emergency. And I'm thrilled to work with such a fantastic organisation such as the EcoCentre. And I've chosen to work with this community organisation because of the work that it does and its close connections with the community. And it's great that the council partners with the EcoCentre, as the EcoCentre is really paving the way internationally in terms of acting particularly on climate change, but also broader environmental issues. So the long lease of 21 years or more is absolutely fundamental to supporting the work of the EcoCentre. And to see that that the generations coming after us, so my children, for example, who attend the local public schools in this area, so St Kilda Park Primary School and Albert Park College, reaping the rewards of a centre such as the EcoCentre that really focuses on environmental sustainability. And this is a long-term issue, so it's terrific to see the council support, and I would again just encourage the long-term nature of this lease. Many thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. I call upon Mary Kindle, speaking to item 14.4, notice of motion by Councillor Louise Crawford for the National Theatre external building upgrade. Mary, can you push unmute me? Oh, there you go. Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Mary Akindali, and I live in St Kilda. I'm speaking tonight on the upgrade of the theatre. I actually own Sam's Cafe, which is opposite the National Theatre. And I'm also a resident. I also live on Berkeley Street too. So in regards to the theatre, when they do have shows on that go within our time frame of being open, we can actually see an increase in sales of up to 70% as a direct impact of the shows that the theatre has. So it's really, really good for us. And I know it's also good for other local businesses, which have mentioned this, such as Wanataco, which is also across the road, and Galleon as well. The people that we normally get from the theatre are normally families, older people, but they will normally pop in for a coffee and a toastie just before they go into the theatre. And I think it's very much known for the other local businesses in the area that when there is a show, that we will be busier. There is a challenge, though, regarding like the look of the theatre at the moment. It looks a little bit run down, and I think it's kind of deterring people from going to shows there. I've even had some customers who don't go to the theatre normally ask me, is the theatre even open, because of the facade of the theatre. I've also been asked, what kind of shows, this, that and the other, because, again, they don't know that the theatre is actually open because of the facade of the theatre. It also brings issues with graffiti because of the look of the theatre, which I think in general kind of brings the look of the whole area down, unfortunately. I do believe with a good upgrade to the facade of the theatre, I definitely think that there will be an increase in sales for the theatre as well as myself and other businesses in the area. So I'm very much for there to be an upgrade for the theatre.
Thank you very much, Mary. Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry, it still scares me, the alarm. All right, now we're coming to the people in the room. So the microphone should be on. Can one of the officers see if the red light's on? Yeah? We'll make sure it is. The microphone will be on, so you don't need to turn it on and off, but please come down when I call your name, state your name and suburb, and we'll have the 2 minutes with the lovely timer. All right, I call upon Michael Barrett submitting a question to Council. Hello, Michael.
Good evening, Mayor. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just put my reading glasses on.
You can start with your name and suburb while you're getting organised, please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Barrett. I'm from Port Melbourne. I'm also speaking tonight in capacity of the State Electoral Committee for the Victorian Liberal Party as well. Mayor, as we are all aware, the general public exhibits both cynicism and lack of confidence in the behaviour of both local councils and local councillors across Australia. This needs to change for the benefit of both local councils and the general public. In my opinion, local councillors need to demonstrate both an ability to work on behalf of all ratepayers in their ward and an ability to work with other councillors in the achievement of outcomes on behalf of all ratepayers in the relevant local government area. I refer to the Port Phillip Council meeting of Wednesday, August the 2nd, 2023, and the personal behaviours exhibited during this meeting. These behaviours are demonstrated and supported in the City of Port Phillip video recording of this meeting, particularly in the later stages of this meeting. Before I get to my question, I would like to conjecture that some of the behaviours exhibited by one councillor in particular would initiate a HR incident report and subsequent HR counselling processes in any Australian workplace. I will leave it to the viewer of the video footage to decide which councillor that may be. My question is, under Section 139, Paragraph 1 of the Victorian Local Government Act of 2020, each local council is required to develop and maintain a councillor code of conduct.
Michael, if you could pause real quick. What is the point of order?
I'm just concerned that it's an imputation around individual councillors. I just wanted to get a ruling from the Chair about whether that's within our rules.
No. Yeah, I didn't actually hear a certain councillor mentioned, so I don't find that anybody's been impugned there.
We didn't name someone specifically, but similar to the situation in the meeting mentioned, it actually is implying someone. Sorry.
Hold on. It's actually not a back and forth discussion. I will make a ruling on it, and I think that it's fine to proceed, but let's just make sure that there's not the indication to embarrass a councillor, as I said in the beginning, please.
Mayor, and before I continue with the question, it was I appreciate the assistance of Emily Williams in the formulation of this question.
Oh, please don't mention officers' names if you don't mind. Thank you.
It was pointed out to me as well that no councillor was to be named, so thank you.
Thank you.
To finalise my question, under Section 141, Section 1 of the said Act, an internal arbitration process applies to any breach of the standards of conduct. My question is, can the Council confirm firstly that a councillor code of conduct exists, and secondly, has the conduct and behaviour demonstrated at the meeting of August the 2nd, 2023 initiated an internal arbitration process? Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I will respond to that. I can confirm that the City of Port Phillip does have a councillor code of conduct that was adopted on the 17th of February 2021 under Section 145 of the Local Government Act 2020. Information in an application made under Section 143 for an arbitration process is confidential, so I'm unable to answer any questions about whether there is one or not.
Thank you for your answer, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Isaac Herman submitting a question to Council. Hi, Isaac.
Hi. Hi. Isaac Herman from Elwood. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Firstly, a bit of a belated congratulations on this document, the Elster Creek Catchment Advocacy Paper, directed to the state government about trying to promote and receive funding for flood mitigation in our municipality. First question, has there been any state support for the 6 proposed flood mitigation projects mentioned in this report? Though my main concern here this evening is for the Shakespeare Grove main drain residents. While there may be lots of property damage in Elwood in the Elster Creek catchment from floodwaters, I'll be truly surprised should any poor soul drown there. By contrast, I'd be truly surprised should local St Kilda residents get away without a single drowning. I say that in all seriousness, for everyone's benefit. It's not fun to appear before the coroner. Isn't it time to advocate also for a safer St Kilda? While I understand that this building is designated as the closest place of refuge for flood victims, regardless of the fact that you'll need a boat to get here. This has been raised before and ignored. In 1899, a fire truck was seen floating down Carlisle Street. And that speaks for itself. That speaks volumes for itself. So what is the alternative? And why aren't places of refuge under flood conditions made public? The SES, a number of years ago, brought out a report encouraging community involvement with the decisions in the decision process in locating places of safe places to get to. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly timed. I'll refer to Lachlan Johnson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Whilst Council does work closely with Melbourne Water to alleviate and reduce flooding across the city, I'll have to take the number of questions that you raised tonight, Mr Herman, on notice, pertaining specifically to the Shakespeare Grove main drain, in addition to Council's emergency places of refuge and the funding for the additional flood mitigation. So we'll provide an answer to you after the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at my order next. Can I just ask you a question? Since you changed that to be submitting, is this a question? Because it's speaking to items. So I'm going to, why is that submitting a question if it's a lease? Okay, so I'm going to go to the petition people. Okay, can I clarify, Richard Whitfield, do you have a question as well? Are you here, first of all? Yep. Thank you. Do you have a question to Council, or are you just speaking to item 11.1 and to 14.3? So a question would be, as in nothing on the agenda tonight, just in, yeah, if you could come down and do that question, that'd be great, please. You just want that question? You are the last question, so we just had a few things change. So I will then let you go on to speaking to, if you're ready for speaking to, you'll finish our questions and be the first person to speak then.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm Richard Whitfield, a resident of Port Melbourne, and I'm a new member of the Council's Older Persons Advisory Committee. The last part of what I was going to talk about tonight, which is a question, is I would like clarification on Council's position regarding the future of aged services as they become more directly funded by federal government. I hope that Council will not take the easy path of abandoning local services. The aged are very vulnerable and deserve strong support. Local knowledge is essential for tailoring services to local needs. Also, service providers should be closely monitored at a local level to ensure good quality services. I urge Council to make strong representations to the state and federal governments to advocate for a strong local role in ongoing aged care services. That's what I'm on about.
Sure. All right, thank you. I'll ask Felicity Leahy to respond, please.
Through you, Mayor. With the aged care reforms and the implementation of the Support at Home program in 2025, all Victorian local governments have had to look at their ability to continue to deliver some Commonwealth-funded services. So Council has been working to understand the issues, options and opportunities for how it can continue to support people to age well in the City of Port Phillip and deliver on our positive ageing policy. This includes being very active in meeting with the Commonwealth, State Government and the MAV, the Municipal Association of Victoria, to advocate for the City of Port Phillip's older residents and to have the support that they need to age well, and to maximise the use of our local knowledge and understanding of our diverse community here in Port Phillip. So Council's intention is to undertake consultation and engagement prior to making any final decision, and to use the aged care reforms as an opportunity to find ways to maximise the outcomes for older people.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now I'll ask you to speak to 11.1, the EcoCentre lease, and 14.3, the notice of motion about the voice to Parliament, please.
Okay, just to echo the earlier sentiments, or echo the sentiments heard from earlier speakers, I also recommend that Council issues a public statement advocating that residents vote yes in the upcoming referendum. Secondly, also echoing earlier comments and speakers, I recommend that the Council give a long lease for the new facilities for the Port Phillip EcoCentre.
Thank you. That was very short and sweet. Really appreciate it.
I will. I'll be back quite often.
Great.
I think.
Look forward to it. All right. So, all right, we're going to go in order of how we have the agenda, mostly. So I'm going to call upon Amanda Moore to speak to item 7.1, the petition from Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club seeking urgent funding for a long-term facility. Welcome.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Amanda Moore, born and bred Port Melbourne, resident for over 35 years, currently residing in Edithvale and working in Port Melbourne. So Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club is a not-for-profit and one of the oldest sporting clubs in Port Melbourne, with a history that stretches back to its beginnings at the Fisherman's Bend Community Centre in the 1940s. FBGC is truly deserving of a long-term council venue like other clubs enjoy. Every move costs the club $80,000, and there's been plenty of those in the last 7 years, this will be our 5th, so we have to relocate as apartments will be built on site shortly, 2025. Most other sporting clubs pay only $100 to around $3,000 per annum in rent, whilst FBGC pays over $170,000 per annum, as it does not have the benefit of being accommodated in a council venue. This rent should be going back to council and the local community, and not a commercial landlord. There's no pitch maintenance, no showers, and no use of precious water resources. FBGC is proposing an urgent investment by council and state government into a community-level gymnastics facility. This project will provide significant investment into female sports participation. It will ensure current demand is met and allow for the sport to grow as we have wait lists. It will provide cross-sport development opportunities via a multi-shared facility, namely in partnership with Diving Victoria, which is desperate for dry land facilities. We'll continue to provide our All Abilities programs for those with special needs and expand our offerings to adults and senior groups, particularly in areas of injury prevention and building bone density. We'll continue to offer employment and mentorship opportunities for our young residents, and we'll continue providing ongoing opportunities for disadvantaged and at-risk groups. FBGC do incredible work in this space. We're not talking about 22 people on a sporting field here. We're talking not just a few hundred, we're talking thousands of children. We have 700 gymnasts every week and thousands more through free kinder and school incursions, holiday programs, children from launch housing, Team Sports for All and other charity groups. Over 30,000 visits every year, regardless of the weather. Ask most people what the top sports in Australia are up to the age of 8, and they'll probably tell you football, cricket, basketball, it's actually swimming, and then gymnastics.
Sorry, Amanda, I'm going to have to cut you off because we have another 2 minutes, but thank you very much. Belinda, would you like to speak to 7.1?
Hi, Belinda Owsley, a parent of a child at Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics and a committee member, also born and bred Port Melbourne, long involvement in gymnastics. I'd like to point out that I've had a very long involvement in football, and the difference between investment in football and investment in gymnastics is massive. I'm a football coach, however, my child does gymnastics. My sisters all did gymnastics. And I think it's really disheartening to see that as a club, this club is having to beg, borrow and steal just to stay in our venue, to pay that kind of rent. We are not for profit. We are a community club. We are competing with commercial gym venues, other clubs that are trying to poach our kids. They're trying to commercialise the sport of gymnastics. And what we do is we're offering something that is completely about the community. We don't take money from pokies venues. We don't sell alcohol. We have all of these deliverables that we give to the community and we're receiving nothing in return. And our meetings with council and our meetings with government are really hard to endure because government is saying that it's a council problem. Council is saying it's a government problem. So we're asking you as our council to please support us. Our last meeting with Heather and Marcus was really good. Peter, you had to take off to go to a football issue that arose, and I think that sort of highlights the problem here. We are gymnastics. We're not getting the attention we deserve, and we deserve better. So whatever we do from here, we are watching, and we want better. And I think most people here would say that we're not all football, we're not all cricket, and we can't keep, as a community, investing in those sports when there's other sports out there and there's other groups out there that are doing better things for the community. We care about what we deliver, and every dollar that you put into gymnastics, we put back into the community. There's no shareholders, there's no one taking from this club. We're just a group of people that really want our kids to do this sport that absolutely does so much for people. I was in the first VFLW team for Port Melbourne. Football was my sport, but gymnastics was something that gave me the ability to do that. I don't get injured. I'm still playing football at nearly 40. Gymnastics is the reason for that. It was my foundation sport.
Thank you very much, Belinda. I call upon Jane Smith speaking to item 10.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question of the...
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. Real quick, Jane, before you go, we might need the microphone back. Sorry, go ahead, Rhonda. Or Councillor Clark.
I just want to ask, is there a location you have identified at all that would be suitable for your club within the councils?
If you can come back to the microphone, only because it's a recorded meeting, it would help. Sorry, Jane.
There's two sites that are in mind. I'm not sure if we're able to mention them here.
That's fine.
Yep.
No one will know.
So one of them is at our former home at the community centre in Garden City, corner of Centre Avenue and Dunstan Parade. In its current state, it's clearly not suitable for use for gymnastics. It would have to be a minimum of around 30 metres in width and around 39 metres in length. The second site could be the Northport area, so around where the Australia Post site is, /DHL perhaps. Again, we are looking at 2025 as having to vacate so that the apartments can be built, and I understand that there's not going to be an extension to that, so we do have a bit of a short time frame, but we do need state government and council to invest in something that's long term. So we're talking about decades to come, not something that can just... it just makes sense for us not to be duplicating services for years to come, and for us to actually invest in something that will take us through the next 50 years. So,
thank you, Amanda.
1,000 square metres minimum floor space just for the gym, and then extra amenities is what we're after.
Thank you. You have a question here from Councillor Martin?
Can I clarify a comment that the previous speaker made with your permission, Mayor?
Yes.
It was mentioned that there was a meeting with 3 councillors, that I left 15 minutes early. I didn't leave because of my involvement as a councillor. I left because with 8 other volunteers, we were spreading 8 cubic metres of sand on a nearby sporting ground to try and make sure that a football match could go ahead. We weren't successful. We had to transfer the game. But I hadn't left because I was using council priorities elsewhere. I was actually in my involvement as a volunteer with another local sporting club.
Thank you. All right, let's get back. Thank you. Jane Smith, yes, come on down. Item 10.1, options for regulation and management of short stay accommodations, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Jane Smith AM. I'm a resident of St Kilda, and I'm here to urge the council to adopt option 1 in terms of section 59 and managing short-term rental. Over the last 2 years, our owners corporation has been trying to manage short-term rental and the VCAT system. We've put in a CCTV camera system. We've had 99 formal complaints. We've issued 24 breaches. And to be eligible for VCAT, you only need 3 breaches in 24 months. So that gives you an indication of the size of the problem. We've spent thousands of hours managing all the breaches. We're all volunteers. We spend a lot of money on legals and independent acoustic advice. The VCAT system is slow, time-consuming and expensive. There's a very low probability that they will actually ever prohibit anybody for unreasonable noise and disruptive behaviour. And despite the changes in the Act in December 2021, there's no evidence that VCAT will be able to manage short-term rentals. So I'd really encourage the council to try the section 59 option for 12 months to see what can be done to really improve the amenity of this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I call upon Alex Darton speaking to a couple items. We have first up 10.1 short stay accommodation, 11.1 EcoCentre lease, 14.3 the notice of motion on the voice. I shouldn't have said a couple, I should have said several. And 14.4 Councillor Crawford's notice of motion on the National Theatre.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'll do this as quick as possible and in order of the agenda. So for 10.1, first let us say I'm a representative delegate for RAHU, the Renters and Housing Union, which is setting up a local branch right now in St Kilda. But everything in this for the short stay accommodation, nothing mentions the housing crisis, which is where I'm coming from. This is all to do with noise complaints and issues like that. So I'm going to go straight with the rebuttals regards to the benefits that it can be, or the benefits of the short stay accommodation. I'm in hospitality, and I was wondering actually how much are the hotels affected by this? I fear that they are a lot affected by this, the short stay accommodation. My neighbour is a cleaner for a lot of short stay accommodation, and she speaks to me about ownerships of entire apartment blocks, multiple apartment blocks, and none of them owned by locals. They're all owned by people from Sydney and China, by what she says. Now, we're also going to need to keep essential workers in the city of Port Phillip, and if the rents keep going up, we're going to keep losing these essential workers. And this all, and there's other more recently, there's new developments in regards to international ways of dealing with the short stay accommodation. This includes New York on the 5th of September. They've got new rules that are essentially banning a lot of this, and they bring this from a local council point of view. And regards to the numbers that were stated in this, which is 774, I think, if you go on the Airbnb app right now, in Elwood there's 1,000 alone. So even if those numbers are incorrect, and there's 1,000 in St Kilda, these are a lot more than what is stated in the document. So I would suggest you vote for the number option 4, only because it's the only one that says there's a potential to reduce the amount of short stay accommodation in the city of Port Phillip. If you want city of Port Phillip to stay the way it is, you can't have most of those houses vacant for a lot of the time with internationals or others coming in. So that's for the short stay accommodation. For 11.1, the EcoCentre, extend the lease as long as you can. I don't understand what else you'd use that place for. And also it does a lot of the jobs for the city of Port Phillip as far as I can tell regards to sustainability, so it would be beneficial to keep it for as long as possible. For the voice, 14.3, we do the acknowledgement here on many documents and start of all these ceremonial things. Is this not the next step? I believe that Bayside are going with this, so how the hell can we not? And after the referendum, if we all vote yes, then It's going to look ridiculous on us as regards to representing the residents. And finally, for the National Theatre, I'm an ex-student from there, and that place changed my life. Put as much money as you can into it. It's an iconic building. It's beautiful. And that is all.
Thank you. All right, I call upon Hugo Burt-Morris, speaking to item 10.2, e-scooter trial update and future approach. Hugo, are you here? Oh, there you are. Hello.
We're actually co-presenting on this.
Sure, I'm sorry I only have one chair there, but you can drag the blue chair if you'd like. You do have to speak into the microphone. I'm sorry about that, just because the recorded meeting, so the people online can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Eric?
Councillors. My name's Richard Hanna. I'm from Eaglemont, and I'm representing Neuron Mobility here today. We, Lime and Neuron, are honoured to be part of the Council's shared scooter trial from February 2022. As responsible operators, we're committed to delivering a world-class program and the technology needed to sustain operations in Port Phillip. We appreciate the opportunity from Council to provide our insights and recommendations and are proud to present this submission jointly. We've seen exceptionally high demand across Port Phillip, highlighting the acceptance of e-scooters as a viable mode of transport in Melbourne. Melbourne's e-scooters have been amongst the most intensely used globally, showcasing the Council's progressive approach to urban mobility. In terms of technological advancements, Lime and Neuron are at the forefront of leveraging technology to enhance safety, including initiatives around footpath riding detection, which are currently live. From education and awareness, we champion rider education through our platforms, showcasing campaigns like Lime Responsibly and also Neuron's Scoot Safe Academy. These programs have seen over 450,000 users take safety quizzes, view messages displayed across our apps, and attend in-person events. And our safety record and on our commitment to safety is evident, with only one hospitalisation per 100,000 kilometres travelled, positioning Melbourne well below the global benchmark. The program's also seen significant economic contribution, and the program's estimated to have contributed over $270 million of direct, indirect and enabled economic avenues across the trial in Melbourne to date.
Thank you, Richard. Hugo, if you could say your name for the record too.
Hugo Burt-Morris. Thank you.
And a suburb as well, sorry.
Suburbs. Brunswick East.
Thank you.
We acknowledge the concerns raised throughout the trial, including illegal riding, such as footpath riding and tandem riding and improperly parked vehicles. We've been working closely across the three councils and the state government, and of course a range of stakeholders to address this. In response, both operators are continuously innovating and implementing technology solutions and education solutions to ensure rider compliance. In conjunction with the program, we have technology operating on the ground right now. This includes a pilot camera program that Richard mentioned, advanced geofencing, predictive modelling, and a range of other things. To date, key stats include average response time to rectify complaints at 2.5 hours. We've sent more than 150,000 rider warning emails. We've banned over 1,000 riders from the entire program, and at the moment we're only seeing about 10% of trip ends as bad parking. On parking itself, we launched in November 2022 a new initiative where we have an entirely virtual parking program. We can only end your trips to the pins. So far, the results have been incredibly positive, and this is something we're going to roll out further, or going even further to have physical locations. Parking complaints have decreased by 55%, and there's been a noticeable change in rider behaviour to date. Looking forward and into the future, we envisage Melbourne as the epicentre for micromobility in Australia and the largest micromobility scheme in APAC. We're very supportive of additional councils joining, and these larger schemes mean greater utility and people can move between the places they want to go. On safety, we're continuously innovating on things like alcohol detection systems and rider identification, and on all these joint initiatives, such as the role of designated parking, we exemplify our collaborative spirit with all the other councils and, of course, the two operators. We're incredibly committed to working together and with the council and the community to ensure the success of this program into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, we have a question here. Councillor Martin?
Not sure which of you two can answer this better. Most of the comments I get from residents that aren't supportive of the e-scooter program are about scooters on footpaths. With the AI that you've got at your disposal, what guarantees can you give us that you'll be able to identify users who are riding on footpaths illegally or leaving their scooters on footpaths illegally, and what action can you take punitively to make sure that these people aren't able to access scooters again? And how quickly are you able to remove a scooter once it's identified as being on a footpath?
I can address that. Lots of parts to that question. I think firstly we have zero tolerance to people doing the wrong thing or people parking incorrectly. At the moment, if anyone here observes someone doing the wrong thing, be it parking incorrectly or riding the footpath, you give us a time and a rough place, like we can find that person and we'll send them a warning. And if they do this consistently, we've found they've done it consistently, they'll ban them completely from the program itself. So I just want to set that precedent for everyone here. At the moment, riding on the footpath is prohibited in Victoria only, across all states in Australia. So it's a fairly new thing for us to try and resolve. At the moment, we are piloting 25 cameras on vehicles which can live detect surfaces and work out whether or not you're on a footpath and therefore send you a warning. This is all pretty new at the moment. We've had maybe a couple thousand trips in it so far. This is something that we hope to scale to the wider fleet, but again, at the moment, this is all very new, and we're testing a range of things to see what's effective. I know we're also investigating in other councils whether we can use CCTV public CCTV in conjunction with the actual councils to identify riders as well. On your parking comment, the plan into the future is move to effectively designated parking as much as you can. So vehicles will have places on most streets. And we're already trialling this, as mentioned, with virtual parking, where you can only park at specific pins. Barclay Street is one where we have this existing, and we have it across a range of other councils as well. Though having physical places for that non-riders can actually see, not just in our apps, is probably the best way to go. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nyaguy has a question.
In the report, it mentions that there's consideration at the moment of doing a dual band GPS, which from my understanding is significantly more accurate than the single band. Wanted to know if there's like a timeline on when you'll be looking at rolling that out. The other question is, when parking scooters, obviously there's a photo identification for the location of the scooter. One thing I do notice with helmets is that people can just click in the app to say they have a helmet when they don't. Have you considered looking at a similar approach with the parking, where you'd have to do like a visual identification if you were declaring at the beginning of your ride that you were using your own helmet to avoid wearing a helmet at all?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about the dual band. I think just as a context for everyone, I think most of our phones in our pockets right now have single band GPS, which is mediocre in accuracy. Only feeling in the last maybe year and a half, most phones have moved to what's called dual band, which is using two different bands, go figure, to work out where you are. At the moment, when you have single band, you have issues with GPS where it pings off buildings. If you've ever been in the CBD and you've been trying to work out where you are, your pin jumps around and it thinks you're on the other side of the street. The same thing happens with e-scooters and e-bikes for that matter. Probably in the next 2 months, we'll probably have some new devices land to test with this dual band. It's all pretty new, and as you can imagine, retrofitting thousands of vehicles is quite an undertaking. But I think this is, Melbourne is, I think for both of our companies, absolutely number one priority in this particular market, and they will get that stuff first. I think, secondly, on the helmets, obviously, with respect to whether you could verify it, I think we've looked at, we currently both have, I think, helmet selfies, so you can get a discount if you take a selfie showing that you can wear a helmet and kind of detects you live. Wearing a helmet, is a choice that people can make, and we don't want to prohibit someone from riding if they choose to take the risk of not doing it. I think if we were seeing, or if we saw really bad levels of helmet compliance, we would consider maybe mandating it. But I think that would be probably more decision for the state government or the federal government, not for us.
Thank you. I think that's the end of the questions. Thank you. I'll call upon Jared Gray on behalf of Dorcas Development nominee. Hello. Speaking to item 10.3, Amendment C215 Port. That's 21 Dorcas Street, South Melbourne. A permanent heritage overlay. Okay, that's a long title, sorry. Name and suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Jared Gray, I'm a lawyer practising in Melbourne, and I speak on behalf of the owner of the land at 11 to 17 Dorcas Street and with the support of the owner of 21 Dorcas Street. My submission to you tonight is that you should not request authorisation to prepare an exhibit an amendment to apply a permanent heritage overlay to 21 Dorcas Street in South Melbourne. This submission is made on 3 bases. First, the officer's recommendation is rushed and has not been duly considered. The officer's report in the agenda for tonight acknowledges that the heritage review, which refers to 21 Dorcas Street, was intended to be implemented as part of the broader planning scheme amendment with the South Melbourne Structure Plan update. But the Department of Transport and Planning raised a concern with the officer's request to apply an interim heritage overlay where a process to consider a permanent heritage overlay was not on foot. Now, in response to that, the officers have made a hurried decision to carve 21 Dorcas Street out of that broader review and try to deal with it as a site-specific amendment. This has meant that you're being asked to make a decision to pursue a permanent control in circumstances where there's been no community consultation and notice of this meeting was only given to affected property owners yesterday. The rushed nature of this proposal compromises your ability to make a fair and balanced decision in accordance with your governance framework. Second, the officer's report fails to disclose the financial impact of what's being proposed. Paragraph 7.1 of the report refers to the expense associated with the interim heritage overlay, but there's no reference to how much it's going to cost to pursue a permanent heritage overlay. The rushed decision to carve the permanent control out of the broader amendment will have a significant financial impact because of a doubling of statutory fees, exhibition fees and panel hearing fees. In our submission, it would be inappropriate to accept the officer's recommendation without being provided with an estimate of the financial impact of doing so. So, for example, it's not known which other strategic planning work will be affected by that reallocation of resources.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Jared. A councillor may take up some of those questions at the... Oh, actually, sorry, councillor wants to ask you a question now. Councillor Bond?
I'm curious, you said the owners were only notified yesterday of this item and this meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. I think this might have been added to the agenda at the last minute after the request from the Department of Transport and Planning.
Do you have that notification in writing?
Of today's meeting?
Of when you were notified, because information, and I did raise this at the time when this was circulated, I said, have the owners been notified? And I've got an email confirming that on the 21st of September, the owners were notified of this application and this meeting.
We received notice yesterday. I'm acting for someone who's in negotiations with the owner. I'm not sure the specific date, but we're somebody who's made a submission about the interim control. I'm not sure exactly when the
So you're not representing the owner, you're representing someone who's negotiating with the owner?
Yes.
All right, that clarifies things. So the owner may have been notified on the 21st of September as per the email I have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You can go back to your chair now. Thank you. All right, I call upon Pam O'Neill, speaking to item 11.1, Port Phillip EcoCentre Lease Community Engagement. Hello, Pam.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, I'm Pam O'Neill. I'm from St Kilda and I'm president of the EcoCentre. So, in 2011, 12 years ago, the EcoCentre wrote to the City of Port Phillip and asked you to build a new building at the cottage we had occupied already for 12 years that was not fit for purpose and was already too small for us. 6 years later, in 2017, the Council agreed to provide $3.3 million towards the redevelopment, subject to getting matching money. The Council wrote in the budget papers and the plan that the funds were for a redevelopment of the EcoCentre. Then, for 4 years, the EcoCentre, the local community and council advocated strongly to the state government to get that matching money. Hundreds of letters were sent to the minister and local members and many, many meetings were held. So we're all delighted, council and the community in the EcoCentre, to hear in the Victorian 21-22 budget, matching funding was secured, specifically to contribute to the design and construction of a new facility for the Port Phillip EcoCentre in St Kilda. So both the state government and the council were clear that the funds were for a new Port Phillip EcoCentre, not just any community building or any environmental organisation, but clearly for our organisation to occupy that new building. The Council recognised that its very successful, long-standing partnership with the EcoCentre had an excellent record in providing significant community and environmental benefits. And the state government knew that in giving the money, based on the comments. I'm basing that on the comments of previous ministers and previous and current local members of Parliament. And the state government also knew that we are a very well run and governed organisation with great work and impacts, and often fund us for projects which we apply in competitive systems. Since then, we work with council staff and architects in the development and the design of the building. And the EO continues to work with the project team on aspects of the build. I'll just be quick. Can I just say the quick things? One more. After 12 years, we're thrilled to see the building taking shape. So because the money for the council and the big government was given specifically to the Port Phillip EcoCentre, and we're expecting enormous demand both for the council and our work on environment and climate, we request that the council agree to a lease of at least 21 years, please.
Thank you. I call upon Nicholas Capes, speaking to item 11.1, the Port Phillip EcoCentre lease. Hi, Nick.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, good evening, and councillors. Firstly, my name is Nick Capes. I'm a resident of Port Melbourne, and I'm also on the committee of the EcoCentre. I'd initially just like to thank the Council for the amazing support it does give to the EcoCentre through both the support of the building we occupy and the annual funds that you provide as well, both of which are essential to our ongoing thing. I'd just like to give a reminder to the Council of what the EcoCentre does do and achieves in the community. We actively measure our community connection and our environmental impact through a range of indicators which are agreed with the Council. And the latest ones are in financial year 2023, with the support of 3,400 committed volunteers. We engaged with 90,000 service users, including 14,000 face-to-face participants. So it's a major community impact. I'd also like to emphasise that the monetary value of the services we provide has been measured in the past. And if I refer to those values, which is back in 2017, only since then we have grown bigger, and so the value would be higher. But at that time, the volunteerism was valued at $400,000 per annum. The educational economic value was given at $1.6 million, and the in-value added employment was given at $800,000. So the total economic value which the council is getting for the community given by the EcoCentre was at that stage $2.8 million per year. And since then, obviously, we've grown a lot, so it could only be more than that at the moment. What I'd like to just say is that the benefit that the EcoCentre gives to the community will only grow more with the added security of a long-term lease, which means we can focus on the business that we're doing rather than renegotiating leases all the time, which it is actually time-consuming for all parties. It's also well known, and an important point, that a long-term lease is seen as a strong point in obtaining philanthropic support. So, which is important because we plan to actually aim in that area for more funds if we can in the future. So that's about it. Finally, just as a ratepayer, I can also say I can only see benefit in an ongoing relationship between the Council and the EcoCentre as we both work towards meeting what's required in your Climate Emergency Action Plan and also the Act and Adapt strategy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
For the support.
I call on Ian Gray, speaking to item 11.1, the Port Phillip EcoCentre as well. Now, I believe I have 13 more people. We will take a break after we get through all the public speakers. Hi, Ian.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Ian Gray. I'm a member of the Management Committee of the Port Phillip EcoCentre. I'm going to speak on the term of the lease from a policy perspective and briefly on the rental. We seek a 21-year lease. Others have spoken to this already. The land is Crown land. The leasing policy for Victorian Crown Land 2023 document guides Crown land managers. It guides the Council. It says a term of 21 years is considered enough to accommodate the purposes of most leases and sets out the considerations and factors to be considered. Key to those is, to quote it, the community benefit that will accrue from the lease. and to quote again the nature and significance of the proposed use, we say there is an implication in that policy that 21 years is appropriate as long as community benefit is demonstrated. The EcoCentre has a record of providing community benefit, and we note that the Council paper acknowledges a long history, in quotes, a long history of providing environmental and educational programs to the community, and others have spoken to that. Importantly, that paper also notes that the state has indicated comfort with a longer lease. Under the Council property policy, there's a recognition of non-standard term leases, that's other than 5 years, in circumstances where, to quote it, the use is linked to a specific tenant, as here, and the tenant has a history of delivering good outcomes for the community, as here. We note that, and we appreciate the position taken by Council officers who consider that a lease longer than 5 years is appropriate. They propose up to 15, and that is the recommendation before Council in terms of no longer than 15, no greater. However, given the terms of both the state and the Council's policies and the EcoCentre's strong record of providing community benefit, we say there is good justification for a 21-year lease, or put another way, in light of those policies and the EcoCentre's track record, we say there are no compelling reasons not to enter a 21-year lease. I'll make a brief point about the rental. Under the current arrangements, the EcoCentre pays a discounted annual rent of $104. This is effectively a peppercorn rent. We note that it's proposed that this continue given the EcoCentre meets the Council property policy minimum considerations for discounting. And so we ask for a continuation of that rental.
Thank you, Ian. All right, call upon Dr. Cecile Vandenberg, speaking to item 11.1, the EcoCentre lease.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here as a local resident from Elwood. I'm also the Acting Executive Officer and Education Manager at the Port Phillip EcoCentre. For nearly 25 years, the EcoCentre has been a central hub and gathering place for our local community and local community action, connection, capacity building, both for our environment and community well-being. In 2022-2023 alone, our programs had 13,816 participants, with 95% of participants committing to new climate or environmental actions, which I believe are vital to our climate emergency plan here in the city of Port Phillip. As such, we are a catalyst for positive change, not just for our local environment, but also improving the well-being and connectedness of local community members. 97% of our participants felt more connected to local nature, 87% connected with new people and groups, and 95% were inspired to take practical action following one of our programs. Over 90,000 service users accessed our digital resources, received advice, and we work with all our local schools and have supported 720 teachers just this year. We have over 3,500 local students involved, and they get to experience this involvement with local community and environmental programs on all levels, from when they are very young to when they are adults. Our annual schools festival that just happened 3 weeks ago had 19 schools here with over 250 students sharing their actions in their local schools and what they're doing to protect the environment and climate. Parents have shared the impacts of our programs over time. Only last night there was an AGM held at our centre where the daughter of the president there, a community leader, said that she participated in the programs as a little child in the nature play programs, then in the early learning centre through our insect programs. Later they were involved in primary school programs, then secondary school programs. Now they want to be an intern at our centre. It shows that this long term, 21 years, brings up children through the centre, and they're connected through that whole time.
Thank you, Cecile.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know 2 minutes is fast, everybody.
Yes.
Appreciate that you've come in and listened and accommodate to that. All right, I call upon Amanda Stevens, the chair of the South Melbourne Market Committee and former councillor and mayor of the City of Port Phillip, speaking to item 12.1, the South Melbourne Market Annual Report 2022 to 2023.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Amanda Stevens, Middle Park. I'm I'm here tonight in my capacity as the Independent Chair of the South Melbourne Market, so thank you, councillors, for your support in taking up that opportunity in March of this year. I'd like to acknowledge the outgoing members of that committee, Mayor Heather Consolo and the outgoing Independent Chair, Joe Plummer. I also have my some councillors here who are on the current committee, Councillor Bond and Councillor Pearl. At 12.1 on your agenda tonight, you'll receive the annual report, and I wanted to take the opportunity to just make some brief points about it. I think the annual report shows that the South Melbourne market is thriving, and it showcases the excellent work that's been done by the team, ably led by Sophie McCarthy and her team. The attendance figures are up 21% this year and are just under the pre-pandemic levels. We've had 5.15 million visitors, and I think that just speaks to the great offer at South Melbourne Market. The satisfaction that the community has shown is great. 97% of the people who attend the market say it's good or excellent. 2 out of 3 people who are at the market are locals, and they tend to visit 41 times a year, so it's almost a sort of a weekly shop for a lot of people. We've got a net promoter score which is world class at 84. Just to give you some context, Qantas peaked at 44 in 2016, which is considered to be a very loved brand, perhaps not anymore. Traders are also satisfied with a 96% satisfaction rating, and we've had 100% occupancy. So a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes by the council operating management team. So the surplus in terms of financial results is $380,000, which I think is excellent. And I think the annual report showcases lots of our lovely traders and some great trader highlights in there. The investment, I thank you for supporting the Project Connect investment at $17 million, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, this is an opportunity to ask any questions of Amanda Stevens, if you have any. Otherwise, the officers will be around for the item. No? Great. Thank you. What? Is she 14.3? I have her written here. Sorry, just bear with me a moment. Does she know that? It was 14.3 there. Just a question. Okay. All right. I'll now call upon Rhonda Small speaking to item 14.3, the notice of motion from Councillor Robbie Nyaguy, voice to Parliament. Hi, Rhonda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Rhonda Small, St Kilda. I urge you all tonight to give unanimous support to Councillor Nyaguy's motion to support the Uluru Statement from the Heart and a yes position in the upcoming Voice referendum. Some may say that whatever your personal intentions as a council, you should not express a collective view. But I would say it is critical that you take a stand, because support for this motion is wholly consistent with Council's own statement of commitment to and recognition of the Yalukit Willam clan as the First Peoples of the Port Phillip area. It's consistent with Council's acknowledgement of past wrongs, and it's consistent with Council's commitment to working together on the path to reconciliation. Council has a long tradition of respect, recognition and engagement with the First Peoples of our area. It was one of the first councils to offer an apology to the stolen generations in 1997, and now is an opportunity to again demonstrate that community leadership by taking a stand in solidarity with First Peoples' request for constitutional recognition and the establishment of an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. Surrounding councils have already done so: Bayside, Glen Eira, the City of Melbourne. Council's own advisory committees are calling for Council to support the Uluru Statement for Voice, Treaty and Truth and yes position at the referendum. We have over 900 volunteers who put their hands up locally for the McNamara for Yes campaign, and they come from all walks of life and from across the political spectrum. Tomorrow the Town Hall is going to be full of people come to hear Nyaguy, Carolyn Briggs in support of the referendum, Thomas Mayo and our own Paul Kelly. This is not about partisan politics. It's about responding to our First Nations invitation to us all. The Uluru Statement asks all Australians to walk together for a better future and is arguably the most generous invitation imaginable from a dispossessed people. I ask you not to turn your backs on that invitation or to advance spurious notions of neutrality to oppose this motion. In 2017, Port Phillip Council voted unanimously to support marriage equality.
unanimously. Our First Peoples deserve equivalent solidarity for constitutional recognition and a voice. It's the very least you can all do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call upon Jennifer Edge speaking to 14.3. Is she not in the room anymore? Maybe if you let me know when she comes back in, please. Thank you. All right, I call upon Peter Moretis speaking to item 14.3, the Voice to Parliament.
My name's Peter Moretis. I live in St Kilda. Indigenous people of Australia over a 14-year period have developed the Uluru Statement. Each of us as citizens implicitly is being asked, will you recognise us, the First Nations people, in the Constitution as being here for thousands of years before the Constitution was established? And will you make sure that the Constitution ensures we're listened to on matters that affect us? It's a request to right a profound wrong, but it's also, in the words of the statement, an invitation to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. The Council, of course, doesn't get a vote. Only individual citizens do. But so many other bodies have recognised that the request for recognition and voice is also made to them. Councils, sporting bodies, unions, companies, they have made the decision to support the request and to let the public that trust them know that they support the request. Though they don't have the vote, all these organisations' support for the yes sends a message to the individuals with a profound responsibility to decide to respond with a yes to the Uluru request to do so. Port Phillip Council supports Anzac ceremonies, citizenship ceremonies and Australian Day ceremonies, the latter a moving ceremony in recognition of First Nation people. The Council exercises democratic processes in the conduct of its affairs. Both conducting ceremonies and enacting democratic practices sends a message to the community that the Council is an ethical actor committed to definite values. Port Phillip Council cannot avoid ethical decision, given the support by other bodies, including councils around us, for recognition and voice for yes. There is no neutral stance that Council can take. Either silence in the face of the request in the Uluru Statement or support for the request in the Uluru Statement is an ethical choice.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sorry that was been 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I call upon Jennifer Edge. I believe you're speaking to 11.1, the EcoCentre, and 14.3. No, which one?
11.2.
11.2. Hold on. Let's go. Don't have it memorised. 11.2, the panel supply for mobile garbage bins.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. All right, 11.2.
Thank you. Look, I live in a residential block that has the smallest bin corral because that's the way it's titled. We've only got 2 yellow bins for 18 people and sometimes more living there. It seems an opportune time now that this has come up for all bins, new bins being manufactured, to state no plastic bags. While I love the FOGO system that we finally got, every time I go there, people have got stuff dumped in the bins, organic waste, in plastic bags. So if there is some way of... I noticed that there is things about hot coals and ashes that form part of the design of bins. Can we have no plastic bags and have that emboldened in black and raised? Please. So hopefully Lachlan can do something about that.
All right, keep going, please.
Right. Now to 14.3. I'm pleased to announce that history was made in that for the first time in 70 years, the World Community Development Conference was held in the Southern Hemisphere in late June in Darwin, with the sole focus on First Nations persons with 500 delegates. I was entrusted with 2 message sticks. The first one, particularly from attendees from homelands and remote communities, please speak to any and all federal ministers, because finally, after at least 10 years of lobbying, they've received some funding for water infrastructure, but unfortunately, with 20 mils of rain and in El Nino pending, they can't do anything because you've got to have water to make cement. So that's the first one. And as a result, some of them are having to send their kids to Sydney and Melbourne just to cut down the strain on the community provision of water, an essential. The second was a consensus from the 500 delegates that I implore any and all, and certainly my own council, to support in any possible way and encourage a vote for yes in the upcoming referendum next weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this the one that someone's going to read the statement from? No? I'll call upon Adam Briggs. Yeah? So, okay, I think you're reading that one later. Okay, sorry. I call upon Betty J, speaking item 14.3, the notice of motion for the voice to Parliament. That's okay. Hey, Betty.
Hi, councillors. I'll just move this forward. A few years ago...
Name and suburb.
Sorry, I thought everyone knew me.
For the record.
Betty J, South Melbourne 3205. So a few years ago, a political group... Actually, let me just start fresh. A few years ago, one of the local groups appealed to council for some grant money to have a very great musical event called Musical Balconies. Great idea. Unfortunately, council did not give them money because it was deemed that it was political and council funds were not going to be given to political causes. You can quote me on that one, or...
Sorry, if you can hold on.
I was expecting points of order.
Is your microphone on?
It is, because
Wait, hold
I
on, Betty.
assumed...
Just wait for me to determine on the point of order, please. All right. So, if it's relevant to the point, I feel like there's a... What? Yeah. I feel like she's getting to the point where it connects it, but... Yeah. Hold on. So I'm going to let her keep going.
Just reset my timer so I don't lose any time.
Please wait. I know that you're saying that that item is not relevant to this item, but I think she's pulling it into something.
I am concerned that it's going to become frivolous or vexatious rather than actually just getting to the point.
Okay. I will let her keep going, but be mindful that people are... heightened awareness.
My point is, I didn't think this council supported political movements, and I certainly don't have a problem with this great voice to Parliament. In fact, if you were sitting here today telling me that you were building a First Nations Pride Centre in St Kilda, I would be jumping for joy. But this is not about a yes or no vote. We all get to go to the polls and vote. This is about, are you all going to let politics come into the city of Port Phillip again? Because you all know that I do not believe that politics has a place in this chamber.
All right.
Local council and resources should be for local resources. I can't get my parking or my compost bins and they want to deal with federal issues. Come on.
All right.
Come on.
I'm just going to remind everybody.
So I object to council being politicised in this matter.
Thank you, Betty.
For any matter. Not this particular one, for any matter. Just to make that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody to adhere to the council meeting procedures that I went over at the beginning, that you're mindful of behaviour expected of all the participants. everyone gets their opportunity to speak. All right. I call upon Ian MacDonald speaking to item 14.3, the notice of motion for the voice to Parliament. Hi, Ian.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Ian MacDonald, Deputy Chair of OPAC, or the Older Persons Advisory Committee. I speak to the referendum. So, Mayor and Councillors, not as complicated as it may have been made to appear. We are asked to remedy a human-to-human dilemma, that being to choose to finally do the right thing. There is no dilemma. All Australians, including First Nations people should be able to have their rightful place in this country. Clearly, to do the right thing is to accept the voice into the Constitution so they too can be included. Accepting the voice into the Constitution means having clear rules, as is the Constitution's role to provide a fundamental law that binds people together. A voice will offer ways to reconcile the ravages of dislocation, mistreatment and the disempowering hopelessness of being seen as inferior over the last 200 years. By accepting this gracious request, means to walk together in a fair and truthful relationship based on justice and self-determination. To assist here, OPAC has endorsed the view that Council supports the voice as clearly and appropriately as possible. OPAC's vision is to advocate to Council for a world where all the First Nations people are healthy, respected and included. This world where First Nations people are included must be determined by First Nations people, not for them. A voice to Parliament will support this structural shift. OPAC supports the voice as a mechanism based in law, providing pathways towards better days for the oldest living inhabitants of this country and the longest continuous civilisation on this planet. As said, a voice mechanism that works towards dismantling the structural challenges that First Nations people experience now, be it poor access to medical treatment or education, remedying high incarceration rates or access to social services and work opportunities. Undeniably, what has been done in the past has not been enough. An enshrined voice to federal parliament through law, full means, as written in the Constitution, works towards curing the wrongdoings of our recent past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I call upon Govin Pillay, speaking to item 14.4, the notice of motion by Councillor Louise Crawford, hello, the National Theatre external building upgrade.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Govin Pillay, Chair of the Board of the National Theatre. Thank you for having me. The National Theatre has been at the corner of Barclay and Carlisle for just under a century, and we're a not-for-profit, community-focused, very hard-working group of people that are not funded by any recurring funding. We train hundreds of dancers and actors who go on to national and international careers. Our 783-seat beautiful theatre attracts hundreds of hirers every year, community groups, schools, international producers that bring phenomenal shows to St Kilda and bring 70,000 visitors to that space on that corner. We also that helps us hire our people and also provides patronage into the local businesses and community. But any of us who've driven past the theatre or have been in the building will see that the building needs a lot more care and in some cases urgent attention, and the awning on the external facade is one of those elements. As the building continues to age, the awning is increasingly unsafe and it's keeping myself up at night as well as other business owners in the area and local residents. We've stood up an urgent project to uplift the awning, and it involves three things: increasing the structural integrity of the awning, painting the facade to increase the brightness and amenity of the space on the corner, and also installing lighting, particularly as the building is used in the evenings, and it's really important to the safety of everyone that comes in and out of the building and adjacent areas. We've gone through an arduous and I'll say heartwarming fundraising effort, and we've raised $630,000, which is a one-off event and one of our most phenomenal fundraising successes. Creative Victoria's contributed, philanthropic trusts who care about what we do for young people have contributed, residents $5, $10, $50, local businesses have contributed in kind, staff have contributed. But we're $70,000 away. We have one philanthropic donor who is happy to match council funding because they believe in helping ratepayer funds go further, and we thought that was important for us to do before coming here for this request. This is generational change. We only need to look at this again in my daughter's lifetime and maybe in her daughter's or children's lifetime if I've had the privilege to be a grandparent. But the last thing I'll say is 150 people have sent me over here today. We employ 150 people at the National Theatre who are waiting with bated breath to see the council support us on this journey. So thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. right, I have 4 more blue forms, so these are the last 4 that we should be getting through. If you don't hear your name called, please come down and speak to the governance team, how we might have missed you. First, we'll have Annette Wade speaking to item 14.3. Annette, are you here? Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hello, I'm Annette Wade. Thank you for having me, Mayor and councillors. I live in Port Melbourne. I want to speak in favour of council supporting the motion to support a yes vote in the referendum. I've been active in I'm actually an area coordinator for the Yes 23 campaign. I won't go into huge details, but I just think it's a shame that it's been made into a political issue when it's in fact not a political issue. It's a values issue. It's an issue about respect, about listening, and about enabling First Nations people to take some control of their life. So my job at Yes 23 is to connect volunteers and work with the volunteers. And as Rhonda Small said earlier, there's over 900 volunteers in the McNamara electorate. The majority of them are located in St Kilda, in South Melbourne, and actively in Port Melbourne as well. So, constituents right across the city are actually on board and in supporting this issue. We're noticing more and more every day that people are coming forward. Overnight we can get 25 more volunteers have signed up as we're getting closer to the referendum. So I'd urge the council to put aside the politics, look at the values and unanimously support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Sue Tafe speaking to item 14.3 as well.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sue Taff. I'm a resident of St Kilda. I'm also a member of the Port Phillip Citizens for Reconciliation, a group that's supported, of course, generously by this council. Port Phillip Council has developed reconciliation plans which demonstrate the council's ongoing support for reconciliation, for public education in this field, and for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island residents. Arguments have already been very ably and eloquently put tonight as to why the council might consider public support, so I won't repeat them in the interest of time. I'll go straight to my question. As a citizen of Port Phillip, I ask, how could this support be understood by residents if the council was not prepared to publicly advocate a yes vote in the coming referendum for a voice to Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Ian Stewart speaking to item 14.3. Hi, Ian.
Thank you. Ian Stewart, South Melbourne. The reasons I believe we should vote yes in the referendum are because First Nations people have been colonised, dispossessed, occupied, massacred and suffer measurable continuing disadvantage. Those are the facts. People may have their own interpretation of history and how we reached this point, but First Nations people in this country still suffer measurable and continuing disadvantage. If the creation of an elected advisory body can minimise that disadvantage, why not support the mechanism necessary to achieve it? Similarly, if passing Councillor Nyaguy's motion contributes to a positive outcome for the referendum, and that in turn contributes to a reduction in the measurable continuing disadvantage of First Nations people, then I implore you to vote yes in favour of his motion. Also, I note from the supporting information accompanying the notice of motion that various, quote, advisory committees and networks are supportive. Finally, I remind councillors that councillors' statement of commitment includes these words, again, quote, The Council recognises the valuable contribution to the Port Phillip region made by Indigenous people and look forward to a future of mutual respect and harmony. In my view, not voting in favour of the motion would be contrary to the essence of this very long-standing commitment of the City of Port Phillip to First Nations people.
Thank you. And the last form I have is from Linda Condon, speaking to item 14.3. Is there anybody else who expects to be speaking that I haven't called on today? No, all right. Linda, lucky last.
Lucky last, indeed. Linda Condon from Albert Park. So I want to start by saying many of the councils have already supported the motion to support the voice to Parliament, including Bayside and Glenara. Not only councils, but the NRL and the AFL have also supported it. I would really like the council to show significant leadership by making a stand to support this voice to Parliament. I also want to say that when people like Julie Bishop and Eddie Betts support the vote, and they're very diverse in their nature, we should also, as council, support this vote. On a more personal level, Pat Dodson is a close friend, and as many of you know, he's worked tirelessly over many years to help First Nations people. It would be a great disappointment to him and to all First Nations people if this vote to Parliament fails. The yes vote needs as much support as we can possibly give it. So my question is, I ask the Council to support the motion tonight to support the voice to Parliament, the yes voice. As a postscript, I also want to thank the Council and Mark Johnson for fixing our flooding issue in St Vincent Street. You did a great job. It's all fixed, and we were tested yesterday and no problems.
Great.
So thank you.
And it's Mark Thompson, but yes, great. That's so nice to hear.
Thank you.
All right. I think we all have a well-deserved break. It's 8:18, so I know I always say 5 minutes. It's never 5 minutes, so I'm going to go to 8:30. I think that's fine. 8:30, come back. All right, we're going to get started again. We're now on to councillor question time. Councillors, do you have any questions that are of general nature, not on only the items that we're speaking about tonight in the agenda, that you'd like to raise? All right, Councillor Martin, can you go?
This is probably for Mr T, Mayor, but I'll let officers decide. With all the recent announcements of state government announcements on planning changes and planning reform, what impact is this going to have on our community and on our council?
Brian T.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through you, Mayor. There are significant changes that have been announced and that council officers are still investigating. Our preliminary observations are that there are concerned that the changes have already come into effect without engagement on the details with council or indeed the community. And this has created confusion and uncertainty for the community, and particularly for those who have already got a planning application in the system. We've also identified that there are some adverse consequences for the community who will have less opportunity to have a say about the changes, that will impact the look and feel and scale of residential expansions or new dwellings in their neighbourhood. For example, some planning applications can now be considered without any public notification, and in some instances the right of the community members to object to an application or appeal to VCAT has been removed. The community has, it appears in some areas, fewer rights, and the impacted rights include those to object to buildings being located to their fence. In addition, rights to object to overlooking or overshadowing buildings have in some cases been reduced. Our primary concern is that those areas where the community and council has lost the right to control the types of development that occur in their street and suburbs.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Nyaguy.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question was, has the paperwork for the Marlborough Street housing project been completed and tenants moved in? And given the delay in the completion of the project, how has the rent lost over the sort of 6 month period since sort of construction completion being covered? Is that a funding gap that's, which party is responsible for that funding gap?
Lachlan Johnson, please.
Through you, Mayor, I'll have to take the second part of Councillor Nyaguy's question about the funding gap on notice, but with regards to the paperwork, the subdivision plan was recently registered on 27 September. We're now working with Housing First on settlement. The official settlement date is the 6th of November 2023. However, we're working to expedite settlement as much as possible so that it can occur sooner. As Councillor Nyaguy said, once settlement has occurred, then residents can move in. There's some other work that's also underway to discharge planning conditions, which include Council finalising the endorsement of the car park management plan, which will facilitate the opening of the public car park in the basement level of the building, and that work is currently being undertaken at the moment.
Thank you. Further question?
Yep. Is Council aware of any bike path upgrades to Albert Park Reserve as part of their master plan? And if so, what are the timelines and how does this work align with our identified cycling corridors as part of Port Phillip's integrated transport strategy?
I'll refer to Fiona Vanderhoeven.
Through you, Mayor, thank you, Councillor, for that question. The Albert Park Master Plan sets out a 25-year vision for the park, and the plan was dated 2019. An initiative within that master plan, Initiative 13, outlines an integrated cycling network to provide better connections to the bicycle network proposed within the City of Port Phillip and also within the reserve itself. A high-level implementation plan is captured in that master plan, and it puts it at about medium-term work, so that work's to occur indicatively around 4 to 6 year period. But council officers cannot comment on the Victorian Government's implementation at this stage, as we're not privy to any of the budget considerations that may impact the delivery of that project. In relation to how it aligns to Council's integrated transport strategy, the Albert Park Reserve forms part of the bike corridor to Albert Park Road to Crawford Road, the Shrine to Sea, and that's noted to be delivered by the state government.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yep. Last meeting I asked a question about the changes to the community bus. Offline, officers confirmed over email that the bus will return to a timetabled service in late October. How are officers planning to communicate that to their community?
I'll refer to Felicity Lee.
Thank you for the question. I can confirm that the communication of the bus returning to the timetabled service will be communicated through a range of methods, and these will include updated information on the council website, updated flyers and distribution of the bus timetable to libraries, community centres, the Pride Centre, as well as hospitals and medical centres within the local area. Changed information on the associated bus stops where the community bus route is located. Updated information to be provided to OPAC, our Older People's Advisory Committee, information provided to residential and retirement living facilities within the municipality. Information will also be provided to current clients of support services through the CHSP suite of services, and of course internal socialisation of these changes with community-facing teams such as the assist staff, library staff, community support workers and staff who work within children's services as well, so that we can share this information throughout the community.
Further question?
Yep, just one more. As part of the sort of consultation on the triangle, a lot of community members have asked me questions around Live Nation and the Palais, which is obviously not related to the trial. So I just want to ask a quick question of council officers. What commitments did Live Nation make around community use and community support as part of their lease of the Palais Theatre, and how does council monitor and report on that?
I was going to say Lachlan Johnson, but Siobhan Belmore. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I can confirm that the Palais lease has a number of provisions that are targeted for community use and support. These include the community reservation periods, which is outlined in Clause 11 of the lease, and the creation of the Palais Theatre Community Fund, where 50 cents from each ticket sold is contributed back to the Palais Theatre Community Fund, the purpose of which is to raise money for funding community projects, programs and developments. The fund can also be used to provide discounted event hire for local organisations, per Clause 12. The tenant is required to provide an annual report to Council which outlines several things, including the events conducted at the Palais, including the types of events, spread of promoters and patronage, demographics, and details the use of the Palais Theatre Community Fund for community benefit activities and functions.
Thank you. Any further councillor questions? Oh, Councillor Pro.
I've got 4 because I missed my ones last time, so apologies for this. I'll be quick. Could officers kindly provide the details regarding any monetary or in-kind support that the City of Port Phillip has extended towards the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice Initiative?
Felicity?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. No staff resources have been allocated or used for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice Initiative, but I can confirm that the Port Phillip Citizens for Reconciliation successfully applied for hall subsidy to hold a public forum, learn about the Voice to Parliament referendum that occurred on the 21st of September, and that covered hall hire, security and staffing up to the value of $3,500. Given Council's neutral position, this application took into consideration a number of factors, including that the council officers took time to discuss with the group, noting council did not have a position on the Voice at the time, and as such sought confidence that the event was sensitive to this and was educational and neutral in its design. Officers were assured at the time that the forum intended to share information with the local community about the principles relating to the forthcoming referendum, and its promotion and program was identified as neutral and informative. Council also received a booking request for the St Kilda Town Hall in early October, the event being organised with the assistance of Josh Burns MP, and the purpose being to promote the Voice at Parliament referendum. On reviewing this application, officers noted that this was in line with the community access and allocation policy of Council and approved the request. It was also identified that this was a campaigning event and it needed to be treated as a private commercial event in terms of how it was charged, and no subsidy or booking fees were provided, so they were charged in line with the commercial rate. So aside from these 2 events, no other support or resources have been provided in relation to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice.
So just to clarify, the first event is a neutral event?
That's what the group supplied to us in that information they provided to us at the time.
And if it was found to be not neutral in terms of wearing of yes T-shirts and promoting it as a yes event, would it still meet the policy?
I suspect not, and I'm happy to take that on notice and investigate.
I think we should look at that, because I don't think that is... All
right, let's stick to the questions, please, because...
could the officers offer an update to the public comments received concerning the Council's intention to purchase the AusPost site in Port Melbourne for the use of public open space?
Brian T, please.
Thank you, and I can respond to the request for information in relation to the public comments that have been received regarding Council's intention to purchase the Australia Post site. Council was asked by the Age newspaper regarding any intention to purchase the site, and the City of Port Phillip confirmed that we had placed a bidding to purchase the site. This response was reported in the Age in an article titled School or Sports Field, State and Council in Absurd Bidding War over Fisherman's Bend site on the 10th of August 2023. The state government has not made any public comment in relation to this council's bid. There has been community responses that have been public, and this has come from from open space advocates and sporting clubs who have supported the creation of open space in the municipality, including at this site.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I'll just go one. Have officers received any information from the state government on the route number for the trams planned to operate on the Park Street tram extension? Additionally, could we get an update on the current project date for the completion of the tram line extension?
Nellie Montague.
Through you, Mayor. The future tram route numbers that will service Park Street are yet to be determined by the Victorian Government. City of Port Phillip CEO wrote to Rail Projects Victoria in June this year seeking an update on the Park Street tram link, including the completion timeline for the extension. The Rail Projects Victoria responded in mid-August and advised that they are working with the Department of Transport and Planning on the timing and scope of the proposal to link tram services along Park Street between Kingsway and Heather Street as part of the Department of Transport and Planning's broader plan for the tram network. They have advised they will provide a more detailed update later in the year once this process has been completed.
Broader plan? It's now broader plan? I thought it was part of the Anzac Station development. Those words are ringing out alarm bells in me. Broader plan, is that a change of positioning from the state government, do you think?
Through you, Mayor, I don't believe so at this point. We're waiting for further updates that will be provided by the end of the year.
And just remind me, do we have any, does council have a policy on our preference of what tram numbers and tram routes should run down that line?
Through you, Mayor, not to my knowledge, but I can take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Any further councillor questions? If not, we're going to move on to sealing schedule. Councillors, we have no items for sealing on tonight's agenda. Then we'll move on to petitions and joint letters. Councillors, we have one petition and no joint letters on tonight's agenda. It's 7.1 petition from Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club seeking urgent funding for long-term facility. Do councillors have any questions of the officers in regards to this item? Any questions? All right. If not, I'll look for a mover for this item. Councillor Martin, and I'll second it. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
So thank the petitioners for the petition. Very familiar with the work of the Port Melbourne Gymnastics Club. I've been involved with them for 20 years. They're a marvellous organisation. I'm sure officers will look into their requests and come back with us with some advice as soon as possible.
Thank you. This petition had 1,350 signatures on it. That's pretty substantial for people telling us that they would like to see this club have a long-term home. We had some great speeches by the two ladies tonight explaining how difficult it has been for their facility having to move around and the expense involved. I think they really deserve this. And the later suggestions of those two locations sound like there's opportunity there. So I would like councillors to support this tonight so we can hear more about this opportunity. Thank you. Any further speakers to the item? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Moving on to presentation of reports. Are there any questions of... Oh, sorry, let's go to the first one, 8.1. This is a presentation of the CEO report for July 2023, issue 98. We're getting to 100. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? If not, I look for someone to move this. Councillor Martin and Councillor Baxter second. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
So everyone out, if you haven't read the report, please do. It's extraordinarily informative. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Oh, so short and concise. Councillor Baxter, you good? Anybody else speaking to this item? All right, we'll take it to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, next is 10.1, options for regulation and management of short stay accommodation. Do Councillors?
Just before we get started, I just want to declare an interest that obviously I use Airbnb. I don't know if anyone else does, but I don't think it's material in nature. I won't be excluding myself, but just note that interest.
Great. Anybody want to have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Clark?
Mine isn't about my stay at Airbnb, but my question is, looking at the wording on the motion says that 3.5, in considering whether to take enforcement action in response to a complaint about a commercial premises being used for short stay or other accommodation for commercial gain, can officers please explain how this does not include normal rentals of houses under this section?
Sorry, I wasn't sure who was taking it. Right, Lisa? If the red light's on, it should be on. Yep.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor. There's a distinct interpretation which we've sought legal advice on in terms of how to interpret this clause. The clause specifically refers to accommodation, which is in strict contrast to the term of abode, which would apply to a dwelling place, a place of habitation, or somewhere where somebody lives long-term under a lease or other arrangement. Accommodation is the provision of a place to stay for a period, whether short or long, but which is not a person's usual place of abode or residence. And in our clause 49, the word accommodation must also be provided for commercial gain.
So just making sure I understand, the difference is in the word accommodation and abode, because commercial gain is made through housing rentals as well as short stay.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. All right, I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Would someone like to second this? Councillor Crawford? Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank the petitioners and people who've made contact on this issue. People might recall that I also had a notice of motion on this subject a couple of months ago. I'm glad to see that through further investigation we're able to identify some more ways that council can have an impact on the detrimental effects of short stay accommodation in our area. I do want to note, though, that I think it was Alex Darton that mentioned the fact that the utilisation of Clause 59 doesn't really have an effect on short stay accommodations' impact on the housing crisis. And I do think that's an important point to remember, and that's why I will continue to, even though I'll support this, I'll continue to push for regulation of short stay accommodation, whether that be at a state level or if the state won't act, I'll continue to advocate that local government does so in order to address that impact. But given what's in front of us right now, I'm happy to support this better utilisation of Clause 59 to address the amenity concerns, noting that amenity is not my only concern with short stay accommodation.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
So thank you to the officers for bringing this and various petitioners and people who've spoken to it. Look, I think this is an issue, and the housing crisis, further from just the amenity of short stay, is something that all levels of government across the world be grappling with for a while yet. I don't think this is the end point. I think this is sort of start of a process of how do we manage this. So I am very supportive of looking to what our current clause 59 and using that kind of framework and guidelines to help officers assess any of those amenity. And look, it's a process that hopefully will assist people, but I don't think that I in no way think this is going to solve everyone's problems, but it is our contribution at this point as a council. But as I said, hopefully as all levels of government across the world grapple with it, there will become better solutions or better systems as time goes on.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to that item? Councillor Nyaguy?
I'll also be supporting this. Somewhat reluctantly, I'm generally of the view, after doing the sort of deep dive into this sort of sector, that that short stay in general is better regulated by the state government. I'm encouraged by recent announcements and hope that that will be the start of a probably more active management of their impact. I think my primary concern at the moment is similar to others around the impact on the housing crisis, but I think we can't ignore the fact that as local government we have a role around dealing with amenity in many different facets, and in this particular case the legal advice is pretty clear. We have a responsibility and we have rules on the books already that kind of can and probably should be used, and it's important for us to make sure that our officers have clarity around the use of those and that that is done in a targeted way. I remain concerned that this will create an expectation in the community that we will become the regulator of short stay, and I don't think that's a role for local government in the way that hotels and other sort of short stay accommodations aren't. Yeah, I'll be supporting this tonight because I think on balance, based on the advice from officers, this is the most appropriate approach. And I look forward to us doing some more work on the housing crisis angle, which will probably be coming up through our work on the housing strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
To thank officers for listening carefully to the debate when we discussed this last month, and at the time there was some confusion as to the best way to implement Clause 59. I believe that the A to F dot points there give pretty clear guidance to our community and to our officers as to when it's appropriate to use that local law and when it's not. I also note that we're going to review it in 12 months, so if we haven't got it quite right, we'll have a chance to come back and review it. So excellent, commend it to us all, and let's hope when we review it in 12 months we find it's working effectively.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Bond?
I won't be supporting this, partially because it's a gross infringement on people's property rights to do what they want with their property, and two, I just don't think it's going to work. Clause 59 was designed to deal with concerns with commercial businesses in our high streets, in commercial or industrial areas, so that we can ensure that they are well managed. It wasn't designed to solve neighbours' disputes in residential buildings across our city, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that with Clause 59. We're going to create this expectation that we will be able to solve all Airbnb problems across our municipality, which we are not going to be able to do. There's probably just as many issues between neighbours who are renting long-term as there are between neighbours that are renting short-term. And there will then be this expectation that we go across and try and solve all those problems as well. The community is going to expect our officers to be shutting down parties at 1 a.m. on a Sunday morning and then say we're not doing our job when we refuse to do that. It's just not going to solve the problem. We're not going to be able to meet the community's expectations here, and we will become the ones that are responsible for this problem, according to some in the community. Especially when we got the earlier report from this, that it isn't that great a problem in our municipality. Our officers have done some very diligent work on Airbnb or short stay accommodation. There's about 700 properties currently across our municipality being let on short stay accommodation. There were very few number of complaints up until June, when we received there's a massive spike that all came from one person trying to bump up the numbers in order to give the perception that there's a problem here that we need to act on when there just wasn't. So, I won't be supporting this. I don't think it's a solution. And if the state government wants to do something, they should do something for the entire state and fix it that way, not having every council having its own little attempt at solving short stay accommodation. So,
thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I can imagine trying to live next door to an apartment that is noisy and ongoing parties or late night activity. It would be very frustrating, to say the least, and I know I wouldn't deal with it very well. That said, I don't like the idea of council getting involved in private property and telling people how they can use it. I don't think we have a role to police this type of activity, as bad as it may be for the residents who are impacted by it. And I think it does set us up for expectations that can never be met. When this is a problem at midnight, the council's not going to be here to solve it. Yes, there will be some sort of plan, amenity plan, but I'm not sure I think that's going to be that successful. I appreciate that it's a trial and the fact that the officers are in a difficult position. I'm not sure Section 59 is perhaps written the way it needed to be to protect council from having to get involved in this, but I also understand the residents' frustration and why they're hoping the council can do something. But as I said, I think it's going to be very difficult for us to achieve success here. And I think the issue of noise and amenities being conflated now with housing shortages and things like that, that's not relevant to what's in front of us in terms of impact for residents around enforcement of noise or other things. So I appreciate what council's trying to do, but for those reasons I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? No, I will then. I guess I should declare that I was in an Airbnb a week ago in Yamba, but but more importantly, I actually did run an Airbnb for several years in Port Melbourne, but we've sold it a couple of years ago. At that time, and even still now, there's not many hotels, for example, in Port Melbourne. They're coming a little bit more that Fisherman's Bend side. But we have our residents, are a lot of people from interstate, regional areas, international. We all have smaller houses. Not many people have guest bedrooms. Family come. It's great to have these little pockets of places people can stay. So I think it's important to the residents to be able to have that access to that, but also for visitation, for international, or for tourism in general. But amenity is more, I think, our immediate issue. And I know people would want more than what's on offer here. But I think the 12 months is a good opportunity to see how it goes. It seems different to me than a long-term rental, because long-term rentals have bonds and they have mostly 12-month leases. So should there be enough complaints and things, those people might leave after 12 months and hopefully someone better comes in. But this could be years and years and years of people having this rotating door of people using these accommodations and not respecting the expectation of all the other long-term tenants and owners in these unit apartments mostly. So I think the state government tax that's just come in is interesting with a question mark. We're not quite sure what it's going to do, if anything, and it's not... so I think if anything, it's going to maybe address more of people. I don't know. I won't even go into it. I think this is an opportunity that we can try, but I agree with Councillor Bond that it really should be the states doing a more homogenous approach that's probably a bit different, that also attacks amenity. So I'll be supporting this. And if no other councillors need to speak to that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all those against? All right, that passes. Thank you. All right, now we're on to 10.2, which is the Escooter trial update and future approach. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Councillor Crawford?
So we've had a few residents contact us about concerns on parking on the footpath, especially for people with mobility issues. And we heard the speakers from the various scooter trial components. I guess my question is, do you think some of the mechanisms that they're genuinely trying to put in place or have put in place will improve those concerns or address some of those concerns for our residents, knowing that it's not going to future-proof everything?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we've continued to work collaboratively with the operators and the state government, and we've definitely heard those issues that you're raising from our community, and we are concerned about them for a range of our community members who need to access those footpaths safely. It's obviously been a trial period. It only came into place in February last year. They are very new technology. There is a lot of improvements in that technology all the time, as well as the education piece that goes alongside this. As mentioned, the regulations here are different to other states in Victoria, so as people are travelling around and using these devices, we think there is confusion about that. And as we move from a trial into whatever the state government decides for a more permanent situation with this technology, we are hoping that that will allow more options to deal with these issues that were mentioned by the operators, such as those virtual parking locations, as well as the physical parking locations on areas of land that aren't used for other things or that are more appropriate for those parking locations. So in the past year and a half, we have had a lot of improvements in that around the reporting and the understanding of our users of those devices, and we will continue to do that into the future if we are involved in the schemes.
Thank you. I have a question, if you don't mind. So we were expecting the trial to run towards the 5th or 6th of October, which is tomorrow or the next day. If no announcement comes immediately in that time, where do we sit? What is the limbo that we are into?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. So we've been requesting an update from State Government about the end of the trial, which is tomorrow, the 5th of October, as you mentioned. State Government have informed us that current rules and regulations that allow e-scooters to be legally used on our public roads will continue to apply until such time that the State Government decision on e-scooters is announced. So they are able to be used and be under the schemes. Our agreements with operators had a date of 5th of October as well, and we have had advice from our procurement team that we are able to extend that agreement, and in the paper you're considering tonight we outline a procurement approach for the future if we do maintain that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Could council officers advise that if a resident wants to make a complaint about a safety issue, someone's flown past them on the footpath, how would they do that?
Yep. Thanks, Councillor. So there's a number of ways that people can record those. As outlined by the operators earlier, obviously the first step would be knowing the time and location of the incident, such as a moving vehicle near them. That time and location allows the back-end GPS and data to understand who was riding and what they were doing at that time.
Can I just check in order to make that complaint to the company, do they have to have an account? Do they have to log in?
No. So there's a range of ways. Probably the easiest is to Google Lime or Neuron, depending on the vehicle that it was, so whether it was orange or white, and Google that name with a report an issue. That will take you directly to the report an issue page on their public website that anyone can do. There is also a direct phone number for those operators as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Councillor Martin to move. Who would like to second? Councillor Baxter second. Thank you. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
I'm speaking to this in support, but thank you, officers, for the caveat that's included in the motion. I'll refer to that caveat in just a moment. Firstly, we've got so many more people out of cars, out in the fresh air, riding the e-scooters around. I think this is a wonderful initiative if it can be done safely. However, being somewhat older than the average member of the population, I'm also aware that people of my age break hips quite easily, and I've had concerns, as have many of the people who've contacted me, about the e-scooters that are lying on footpaths. You heard the question that I asked the people from the two companies earlier. I'm given a fair bit of comfort by their answers, but I also note, and I'm just referring back to the motion itself, that in 3.3 we've got the caveat provided that councils have the power to manage shared e-scooter schemes through contractual arrangements that can address safety and amenity, and it's that clause that's got me over the line here. And we've heard the people from the two companies say that with the latest initiatives in AI, they believe they can manage this. If they can't, we have the power under this motion to do something about it. I'd love to see our e-scooters continue. I also want to make sure that they continue safely and that our older citizens in particular can safely walk our footpaths. I believe that an extension of this trial, given the guarantees that we've had and given the caveat in this motion, will allow us to A, get more people out into the air and out of cars, but B, manage our footpaths more safely, and if things aren't working out, we have the power to do something about it.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I endorse the continuation of the trial. It's a shame that we haven't gotten more information from the government as to the data, the evaluation that's been coming out of the trial, but that's why this motion requests for the Mayor to write to the Minister for that. I think that overall the e-scooters can be an extremely valuable addition to the mix of transport types and modes within the city of Port Phillip, as long as they are replacing car trips, basically. If they're replacing trips where you would otherwise walk or bike, I don't see much value in them. But if they're replacing car trips, and I think quite a few of them are, then I'm definitely very supportive of that. The concerns around the parking of them, I'm really hoping that we can continue to find solutions that allow for safer parking. With regards to scooters riding on the footpath, though, I do certainly take on board that that's a big safety concern, and hopefully there are things that the providers can do. What I will note is that people riding e-scooters on the footpath shows pretty clearly that people don't feel safe riding on our roads, and that probably speaks to our lack of safe and separated bike infrastructure. If we had that, that probably wouldn't be the case. But on balance, I think this is a good thing for us to continue to stay in. It would be good, though, I think, for the government to move to a less uncertain space when it comes to the plan and the regulation for this mode of transport.
Thank you. Councillor Bond.
I know there's a lot of people raise concerns with e-scooters, but I don't think we should necessarily focus on e-scooters directly, because I witness similar behaviour from cyclists, from skateboarders, where they'll ride up and down the footpath on Fitzroy Street. Just as an example, where we have 3 bike lanes, including a separated bike lane, yet many cyclists still choose to use the footpath. Scooters choose to use the footpath. Skateboarders choose to use the footpath, many without helmets. So I think it's probably just a general approach to transport across all of Melbourne that is of concern here, not specifically the behaviour on scooters. I do see some people misuse the scooters, but I see some people misuse their bikes and their skateboards the way they behave in public also. So, I'm happy for this trial to continue on the basis that you do see a lot of people who use this correctly. It is a service that many people in our community value and many people in our community are using. I wish they wouldn't leave their scooters just laying across footpaths, but we see bikes laying across footpaths and things as well. So I wish everyone would put their vehicle in the proper spot. We see terrible parking across our city, so cars left in the wrong spot and in discourteous locations, blocking driveways and things like that. So I think it's probably a general approach that we need to address, not a specific approach to scooters and scooter riders. So I'm happy to support the continuation of this trial, and hopefully we get an announcement from the state government shortly.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? All right, Councillor Nyaguy.
I'll also be supporting this motion. I think it's been really encouraging with this trial to see a collaborative approach between the businesses running the scooters, state government and councils, and I think when you compare that to some of the other sort of disruptive technologies, certainly the O-bikes way back when, and some of the other technologies that have kind of, through great calamity, been sort of thrust upon people in Melbourne. I think the exciting thing about this trial is it has, for the most part, been well regulated. Concerns from all parties have been kind of shared and responded to in a way that I think ultimately, puts us in a better position. I'm really excited about the possibility of using this as another sort of tool in our kind of transport options. I still think it's a challenge because it is like at a cost point that is probably slightly lower than an Uber, but ultimately not substantially so. So it's not kind of rivaling public transport, but it is certainly an option. I'm certainly keen for us, hoping the trial will end, to have it expanded across other parts of Melbourne. I myself was in the misfortunate position where I recently rode a scooter across Punt Road and discovered that meant that I'd left Port Phillip and the scooter suddenly died on me and I had to wheel it back, which was a bit embarrassing given I think we'd been briefed about e-scooters the week before and I should have remembered that. But I think those kind of teething issues will get dealt with over time. Similarly, things like parking on the footpath. I mean, ultimately, we have a whole parking regime which didn't exist 100 years ago. We have parking officers. We have all kinds of policies and approaches. So I think over time, a similar regulatory approach with this will deal with a lot of those negatives, and ultimately the positives can be what shine out, which is that people are getting out of their cars and getting around in a way that is low emissions and better. I totally agree with Councillor Baxter, though. I think one of the huge challenges we have is the complete lack of alternatives to riding on footpath. There's lots of sections around Port Phillip where it is pretty stressful and scary to be using a scooter on the road. So the more bike paths we had, the better in the long run.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to it? All right, I will. I think this is a time that we won't... If we got rid of the scooters, I think we would regret that. So I think going forward with the same operators and the same amount is the right balance of it. We seem to have a great relationship. It's great they came tonight, really dedicated. You're still here, even better, to listen to us. And what I hear from the community is similar to what you've already heard tonight, but it's maybe people think who are using a little innocent thing that it's just slightly, into the footpath, but that's a big deal for somebody who might be in a wheelchair. If someone's walking by with a pram, they can put the pram brake on and maybe move it, but someone in a wheelchair doesn't have that opportunity. So it's really important that people find the consideration of all users of our footpaths and the struggles that can actually be for people with low vision, etc. There might be more opportunities for identifying where docking stations would be appropriate for our area. That might not be in every street. There's always on my street. These are left around. There's some teenagers that live nearby, and that's great. I'm so happy they can get around. But in general, if we have some quicker response time when any reports come in, encourage people to report more, we'll find that right, even way to coexist. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you. Last chance for any other councillors. Otherwise, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. On to 10.3. This is the Amendment C215 Port, which is 21 Dorcas Street, South Melbourne, a permanent heritage overlay. Okay. Are there any questions for the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Martin?
We heard a speaker earlier in the night who wasn't the owner of the property but was someone who was involved with the property. What feedback have we had from the owner of the property about our proposal?
Thank you for that question. Through you, Mayor, we've not received any feedback from the landowner in relation to the application.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Crawford?
There was some reference to something from the Department of Transport about how we couldn't do it as part of something else. I did listen to the details, but I didn't write anything down. So could I understand that process? I mean, I understand there's been applications for demolition, but was it triggered by some other processes? We've done this before, haven't we, when this has happened? It's not a brand new thing.
Correct. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, this is part of Council's Heritage Program, which commenced in 2017-2018. Council did a heritage review in 1998, and now there are gaps, and we're working through those gaps. So as part of that, we have individual properties that come up, and the trigger is through a demolition. The work that was done in relation to this assessed the heritage significance of that property. It was deemed to have heritage significance, and hence the interim was applied for.
Can I ask one further question?
Yes.
So Just to be clear, it's not council's responsibility to have let someone who's negotiating with the owner know about this. It is on the responsibility of the owner to pass on that information in any negotiations. So it was no responsibility for us to let anyone else.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. There's no statutory obligation for us at this stage to have told it. We told the landowner at the interim. It's please noting that the request tonight is to commence the permanent amendment process. So we're at the very first stage, and to ask the Minister if we can put this on for exhibition. And through that process, we will then notify the landowner again, and now obviously the people that are involved in the negotiations, and through that formal statutory process there is the opportunity to put in a submission, and that will then be brought back through council. If it cannot be resolved, then it will be dealt with through an independent planning panel.
Thank you. Any further questions on the item? All right, otherwise I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Councillor Bond to move this. Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it?
Usually when these things come up, I do like to make sure the owner has been notified, because I know there have been occasions in the past where the owners have said they didn't know about this, and I think a couple of weeks ago I said, well, can we just make sure the owner knows? And based on the information we have, the owner was made aware on the 21st of September that this was coming to council, and the owner has chosen not to come along and present a case for why this should or shouldn't be, this process should or shouldn't proceed. So I'm not sure what we can infer in that, but I figure if he strongly opposed this, he would be here pleading his case. But all we are doing here is putting this out for exhibition, so we're commencing the process. There'll be ample opportunities for the owner and anyone else who is interested to make a submission to this process, and we can consider all of those submissions over the coming months before this comes back to us and this is finalised. So there'll be plenty more opportunities for the owner of the property to come and give us his opinion if he wishes to do so, or she wishes to do so, or they wish to do so if it's a company that owns this. And let's see if we hear from them.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to it? No? Any other councillors speaking to the item? Thank you, Councillor Bond. I think you spoke well. That we can now take that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, we're on to 10.4, which is a Graham Street Overpass Skate Park and Car Park Design and Construct Tender Award. Thank you for coming. We'll just wait for the gallery to clear. Now, I will note that, I'll read this out actually. There is councillors, we have an officer's alternative recommendation, which is on the screen. I will read it though. Officers have made a minor amendment to the report as follows. Section 4.12 or 4.12 is a correction to note responses to tender clarifications were received on the 26th of September 2023. And section 4.19.6, correction to note the financial and performance assessment check was prepared by corporate scorecards rather than council's financial compliance accountant. Good. Do councillors have any questions of the officers in relation to these changes? I think it's just being very thorough, correcting things that were inaccurate. All right. If there's no questions on the item or on the changes, would someone like to move the alternative officer's recommendation? Is that Councillor Bond? Yeah, and Councillor Martin? Thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
Much loved part of the Port Melbourne end of the city of Port Phillip, and I'm sure our local youngsters can't wait to access the new and upgraded skate park.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to it? I'll add quickly, it was one when I started on council was almost going to happen. So it's really exciting a few years on that we're getting to it. It is a very good offering under a bridge on days like today where it rains. You still have a place to go for the kids, and it's well utilised already, and even better when it's refreshed. So let's go take that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, now we're on to 11.1, which is the Port Phillip EcoCentre lease community engagement. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the item? No questions? All right, would someone like to move this or something else? Councillor Crawford?
I would like to move an alternative recommendation, please.
Okay, what is it?
The adjustment would be to the length of time. So I think the only things that I would need in the alternative is to move 15 years to 21 to go out to consultation. But I'm happy to seek governance if there are any other adjustments I would need to make for that.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I've been said that it's already going out to community engagement, so are you... What? Sorry, give me a minute. Yeah, so I don't think she's making a change to community engagement. It's already doing that. It's just a years. All right, sorry. Okay, who would like to second that, if anybody? Yeah, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. Look, I know we get very caught up in this leasing process and we're trying to be more consistent and fair and part of it. But I do think that we know there are key community groups that really drive change and add so much to our community. And look, I have to say that the EcoCentre itself and this upgrade is by the community, for the community, and you helped deliver it. This wasn't really council on its own. And we do know with the climate emergency and the need to move to circular economy and sustainability, we are going to need the partnership of the EcoCentre more and more in these coming decades. And look, today we've got flooding and fire. We just do not know what's ahead. And I think this is a key organisation that's going to help us deliver on our goals, our council plan. But more than that, it actually delivers on so much of what our community wants. And in order to give them the opportunity to leverage more philanthropic money so they can do more, I think 5 years, it takes us 3 years to get round to doing leasing, from start to finish, the whole process. So I would rather get them to focus on what is going to be a key issue in the next 20 years and onwards, and focus on what they do best. So I'd like to go out to the community for this 21 years, given that they really were a key part of delivering half of the funding for this. And we do reward other organisations throughout the municipality when they do the hard work and they help get money over the line, and a whole lot of other ones. We actually give them a long tenure. I do also think, that people that came to speak to this tonight is a good indication of how valued it is. And I think the thing that's really, I cannot wait till we get to a point in our society where we have accounting for nature and accounting for mental health and accounting for community cohesion, so that you can actually put those in any kind of business case or assessment, whether this would be a worthwhile length of time, because then there would be no argument. We would be giving them tenure or money tenfold, but there is no way for accounting for those intangible things that actually make our community worth living in. So thank you to everyone who is part of the EcoCentre who helped get to at this point for the upgrade. You contribute so much. So I am very happy to put out to the community to talk about what 21 leases and if that is supported. So stuff that it's hard to always measure. I know we can measure volunteer hours, it's $25 an hour and you can work it out, but the other things, the things that are much more broad and bring to the society that we want to live in and the community we want to live in, I'm very happy because we know the EcoCentre delivers on that, even though we can't measure it at this point in time. So I think 21 years is the least we can do.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, the EcoCentre took a cottage in the St Kilda Botanic Gardens and turned it into the EcoCentre, which is what it is now in terms of an organisation that provides so much value to our community, harnesses the power of our really active and engaged community to achieve more than we ever could as a council if we were to try to do it ourselves. We've got this partnership to create this purpose built building for the EcoCentre. In my view, as long as the EcoCentre is able to deliver the kind of value they have been delivering, they should be in that building. And if that's forever, then that's forever. But leasing does not work like that. 21 years is the maximum under the legislation that we can go for. I see no problem with going for a 21-year lease. There's all sorts of parts of that lease that are there to make sure that the EcoCentre fulfills their obligations, that the council fulfills our obligations. So I think that there's no reason why the EcoCentre should not be there for a very, very long time and should continue to be a pillar of our community. What I will say, though, is if this were to fail, I will support the officer's recommendation, but I can't foreshadow putting it up. So someone else might have to do that if just cover our bases.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question because this is I've only just seen this. With the wording being a total term of no greater than, say now 21 years, does that mean that it could be less? And I only mean that from if it's a community consultation point of view. So say our community somehow came back and said, no, 15 is a great idea. Would we need to go back to community engagement on 15, or is it just falls under 21 years?
Through you, Mayor, the wording of the resolution, Council could consider a term of less than 21 years, but no more than 21 years.
Okay, so just because we're doing 21 years here doesn't mean it's actually 21 years in the lease that we agree to.
Council will consider the feedback from the community and can determine if they wanted to do less than 21, they could.
Through you, Mayor, but I think Council have to be very cautious and to make a decision of less than 21 years if that's what you go out to consultation on.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else speaking to the item? Councillor Martin.
To pick up on Councillor Baxter's point, I'm going to be speaking in favour of the alternative recommendation. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation if, in the unlikely event that this alt-rec fails. Some years ago, our state government made a very strong financial commitment, as did our council, to the establishment of the new facilities for the EcoCentre, which are now well underway. I'm sure the council of the day and the state government at the time were intending that the EcoCentre would be there for a very, very long time and would be run by the current Committee of Management and its successors. And I think they would, both the council of the day and the state government of the time would be very, very surprised to hear that we weren't considering the maximum amount of time we're allowed to offer a lease under the leasing policy for Crown Land 2023 from DECA, which, as Councillor Baxter has mentioned, talks about a 21-year maximum. And as the Mayor has just put out, if the community felt that 21 years was grossly improper, they would probably tell us during the consultation process. And I take the CEO's point, it would probably need very, very strong advice from the community to change that 21-year number if that's what was accepted tonight, but it does give us the possibility. 21 years is the maximum time that we as a council, without involving the state government, can give the EcoCentre to implement its mission at a time when we're facing a climate emergency. We have a climate emergency action plan. We're looking at the EcoCentre as probably being one of the major drivers of that. We should be probably giving them as much time as possible, as much certainty as possible to initiate and drive action to mitigate climate change for as long as they can. And if we can do that for the 21 years that we're allowed to under state law, then I believe we should do that. And as I said, I'm happy to foreshadow that if we aren't, this council isn't prepared to give the EcoCentre 21 years, and I urge you to do that, then I'm happy to move the officer's original recommendation, which is, we'll read up to 16 as opposed to up to 21.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Oh, Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, I'm also very supportive of this. I mean, ultimately, we have to obviously go into any lease with eyes open, and we don't just hand out long leases willy-nilly. But in this particular case, we have a purpose-built facility that is not really going anywhere. We're not going to use this building for anything else. It's been funded in half by the state government for the specific purpose of it being an eco-centre. It seems strange to me that we wouldn't just go for the longest sort of standard lease, which is 21 years. And then, obviously, there are ways we manage the relationship more generally within the lease. We obviously have funding agreements and other things in the lease. So it's not like we're kind of setting it for 21 years and we just have to wait and see what is done by the EcoCentre over that period. There's lots of ways we can continue to manage that, which is often the concern people have when we sign long leases, is we kind of lose some level of control. So I think 21 is a sensible decision. It's kind of it's a standard. So, and I thank the EcoCentre also for pointing it out in the first place. This is something that kind of slipped through in the budget process, and it was good given some of the legislative changes. I don't think everyone was fully comprehending that we picked this up and that we were able to have a proper discussion about a longer lease term.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Councillor Pearl?
Wasn't going to, but I will. No, we should definitely stick with the 15-year and probably go for 10. Given the amount of capital money-wise that was invested in the EcoCentre by the EcoCentre, I think a 10-year number is about the right check and balances. We don't want to in-chain a community organisation with a massive amount of bureaucracy in terms of a lease negotiation every 5 years, etc. But I think the first 10 is reasonable enough to make sure that the building is fit for purpose and it's been used correctly for its intended purpose, and that roughly matches also required funding agreements, etc. So I think personally 10 is the right number, but I'll be very interested to look at the feedback that comes back, and councillors vote this down, go with the officer's recommendation of 15 years. 21 is just too long based on my experience on this council. You can say you can have checks and balances in lease agreements, but 2 decades is an extraordinarily long time, and a lot changes over that period. Many of us perhaps won't even be here by the time that's up. But if you look at the agreements we have in our council already, they don't tend to age all that well. So I think 10 years is the appropriate balance between bureaucracy being imposed on a small community group and value being ensured through good corporate governance through the council process through the lease agreement. But let's stick with the original officer's recommendation, see what we get back from the community, and then we'll make the decision.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? All right. I actually agree with Councillor Pearl there. I thought 10 years was a good way to just every decade be able to revisit it. I thought we were being generous with 15, as in that seemed, all right, well, sure, this does help philanthropic opportunities, etc. I can understand that. That's sure. All right, we can look at that. 21 just seems too long, and it's not because I don't think the EcoCentre does a good job. I think it's an excellent organisation, but that takes us to 2045. I don't know what's happening then. Yes, 6 years before will be the 15 years, but just any opportunity to have the contemporary leases that follow this and make sure we're always up to scratch in what we are expecting. So 10 would be my preference, but I was willing to compromise at 15. And so today I'm being asked to do 21. It feels like, well, you're pushing the compromise twice. So I will not be supporting the 21 years, but I will be supporting 15 years. So anybody else speaking to the item now? If not, we'll go to the vote on the alt motion for 21 years. All those in favour? All those against? So that's tied. And I get to do the casting vote as the mayor, and the officer's recommendation is 15, so I'm saying no to this. So it fails in the alt motion.
Division.
Okay. Those in favour? That's Nyaguy, Martin, Baxter and Crawford. And those against? Hands up for those against. Sorry, I'm just writing. Bond, Pearl, Consolo and Clark. And then Mayor's casting vote against, so it fails. So foreshadowing by Councillor Martin to move the officer's recommendation. Would there be someone who seconds it? I'll second it. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
I think I've said everything necessary, except that there's only one plus in this one getting up and the previous one being lost. According to the life expectancy tables, I'll be around to be involved in a community consultation after 15 years, but the numbers say that I'm unlikely to be around in 21 years. So I hope people from the EcoCentre that if this motion's passed in 14 and a half years' time, I'll be out there campaigning very strongly for you to get a 99-year lease. And I certainly won't be around at the end of that one. But yeah, I think everything's been said.
Oh dear, no threats. Thank you, Councillor Martin. I've already said in my speech that I'm really comfortable with the 15 years, even though 10 was the original preference, because this organisation is a great one, and to lean on that for the philanthropic support, whatever you can do to stretch it, that's fantastic. Who else would like to speak to this? Councillor Pearl?
Just move an amendment to change it to 10 years, please.
All right. It's an alt-rec.
Can't move an amendment for that?
It has to be an alt-rec.
On what bounds?
Do we need some mic?
You, Mayor, it's the officer's recommendation in my view, when the request from Councillor Crawford came through, whether 21 years was an alternative or an amendment, I was of the view that it was an alternative on the basis that the term was a substantive point of debate. The officers have recommended up to 15 years, and doing something different to that has to be an alternative recommendation.
What's the section of the meeting procedures that requires that? Just out of interest.
Give us a moment.
It's part of the governance through you, Mayor.
That's fine. Can I just get the section of the governance rules?
Through you, Mayor, it's section 26.3 of the governance rules.
You can't. Okay. Sorry, we're going to keep going. You can't actually stop the meeting like this. It's not how we operate.
26.3 was it?
All right. So who else would like to speak to? Oh, so where are we at? You moved. I seconded. Councillor Pearl is taking a moment, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Councillor Crawford.
Given that the other one failed, I'd like to support the 15 years in recognition that the great work that people do, and we do this all the time. Pride Centre, Life-Saving Clubs, a whole lot of different ones. So this is not unusual, and I think 15 years is much more manageable for the long-term benefit of smaller groups that do great work in our community.
All right. Councillor Pearl, do you have a question?
Just to ask you the rule on 26.3. So it clearly says an amendment must not be in the negative or substantially contrary to the motion. I don't think that is contrary to the motion at all, nor is it negative to the motion. It's, in fact, exactly to the motion. All it is doing is changing a minor part of it, which is the term period.
Look, I'm going to make a ruling on this because it is the Mayor's meeting.
If you could, that'd be great.
I think that, as the CEO has advised, that this is more substantive because it's such a big deal about the amount of years that we're talking about. So if this fails, you can move another alt motion, but it can't be an amendment.
Right. Disagree with that.
Thank you for your feedback. All right. Let's also follow the other rules, point of order, to keep in turn that when you're asked to speak. Let's go on to the next speaker. Councillor Nyaguy?
Just, we better change the screen.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Crawford, did you finish? Sorry, thank you. Councillor Nyaguy?
I'll support this, but it's pretty ugly, really. Like, we're haggling over a lease. Like, we've got to a point where some of the councillors want 10, some want 21, and so we've decided just to cut it in half and give them 15 as if it's something we just haggle over in the street. Like, I don't think that's a very good governance process. Ultimately, it's up to each council to decide how they decide these decisions and how they, what sort of things they want to use to make that call. But I've sort of found from the moment we raised this back in July, I've been kind of embarrassed with the way that we have kind of engaged with the EcoCentre. And it's definitely not a reflection of officers, it's a reflection of councillors. I just don't think this is a good way to be interacting with community groups. We've had a lot of work to get to this point, and the fact that we've come down to a point where like haggling over the length of a lease is, it's just embarrassing. But I will begrudgingly support 15 years.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Where am I? Anybody else speaking to the item? Councillor Clark, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seemed that it was okay to change it and haggle over 15 to 21, but now that's a concern that we're haggling down from 21 to 15. So, as for the consultations with the EcoCentre, I can't speak to that because I haven't been involved in any consultations. So, I assume the officers have done an appropriate and respectful role in that consultation with them. It's a difficult topic, these leases, and I appreciate everyone's input.
Sorry, okay, thank you. So I've just lost paper. Yeah, that one. Thanks. All right, Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Mayor. Sure, we can go for 15, I suppose. The point I was trying to make in terms of why we would give a long lease here is that it's hard to imagine anyone else being in this purpose-built facility for the EcoCentre. Saying, we should do 10 years or something like that, would we really be going out to market to see whether we'd find someone else who could go in the building that the EcoCentre got half funding for and that was built purposely for the EcoCentre? I mean, we've got to be serious here. There are buildings in our municipality that can be used for a range of different uses, and there are buildings that are kind of have one particular purpose for them. We can go ahead with 15, I suppose, but we really do want a good long lease, some strong support for the EcoCentre to be in place where it is and doing the good that it's doing in our community. And it's not going to do it anywhere else. It's going to do it there, in this place that we're building for it.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Otherwise, I'll ask Councillor Martin if you want to close.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning of the first debate. Some years ago, both the state government and the council of the day committed a significant amount of funds to the construction of the new EcoCentre building because they believed that they were building something for our EcoCentre as presumably for the lifetime of that building, whatever that lifetime may be. So I'm sure that the original groups that provided that funding weren't expecting that there'd be quite a limited term for the lease. Secondly, as I mentioned, at a time of great climate stress, when we're looking at the EcoCentre to work with the council in delivering our climate emergency action plan, and their role is going to be getting more and more difficult and they're going to be busier and busier over the coming years, the longer amount of time we can give them in that building with the certainty of tenure so they don't have to start putting together new proposals to renew their lease, the better. And I have my own views on how long it should be, but at the moment we've got 15 years on the table. I think anything less than 15 years is not giving the EcoCentre enough time to fulfil all those wonderful things that we expected to do over the next few years. And in the last 2 years of a shorter lease, they'd be diverted into looking at justifying themselves, preparing new lease documents and not getting on with the huge job of addressing our climate emergency. And as I say, I think it's at odds with those people who originally put up the funding, both at state level and at council level, for the building in the first place. So I urge you to support the 15 years. It gives the EcoCentre at least some sort of certainty to address all the issues that confront it, and they don't have to, in 7 or 8 years' time, suddenly have to go back to start reinventing the wheel and start putting in new proposals to rebid for their lease at the EcoCentre.
Thank you for closing. All right, we're going to take that to the vote. All those in favour for the 15 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3. All right, that passes.
May I please get a division, Mayor?
Yes. All those in favour? That's Crawford, Baxter, Martin, Consolo and Nyaguy. All those against? That's Bond, Pearl and Clark. That passes. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 11.2, the panel supply for mobile garbage bins. All right. Okay. Councillors, do we have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No? Would a councillor like to move this or something else? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Bond, a second. All right, Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you to the tender panel for your recommendation to all the work that you've done, and let's get our bins delivered.
All right, Councillor Bond. Okay, no. All right, all those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. All right, now on to 12.1, which is the South Melbourne Market Annual Report 2022 to 23. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No, I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Councillor Bond, who would like to second it? Councillor Nyaguy, thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it?
Just to commend the report, the committee and the market management and all the staff up there on the terrific job they do in running that market. It's often mentioned when they discuss markets in Melbourne how great the South Melbourne market is compared to some of the other markets around Melbourne. I do try and visit other markets as well as South Melbourne market just to compare and get ideas and see how they're travelling versus how we are travelling at the South Melbourne market. And I think we compare favourably against almost any other market in Melbourne or Australia and against many of the well-known markets around the world. So I commend everyone for the great work they do up there.
Good job. Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, I would echo Councillor Bond's sentiments. We're very, very lucky. One of my former roles when working with the Agriculture Minister, I went to a lot of the markets across Melbourne, and I can say with great certainty and clarity that we have the best market in metropolitan Melbourne, and I suspect probably around Australia. It is vibrant, it is active, it has got a very engaged customer base from across Port Phillip, and that's just not the case with many of the markets around Melbourne, and we're very, very lucky. We have good management, we have great tenants, and we have a very healthy market. So it's always good reading when we read these reports and we see that in the numbers and in the reports.
Anybody else speaking to the item? I'll just quickly add, I was there on the weekend. I just beamed with pride walking around the market. It is such a lovely location in our city that is well cherished by all the locals. As you heard in the numbers tonight, there's a surplus. We've bounced back to about where we were before the pandemic. That is very much worth an applaud. Good job to the committee and all the traders, the team. So well done. Anybody else speaking to the item? Then we'll take it to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Getting late, but we still have a few items. On to 12.2, St Kilda Town Market Strategy Annual Report, Terms of Reference, and Recommendations for the Reference Committee. All rolled into one. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? I see none. Who would like to move this or something else? Councillor Nyaguy and Councillor Bond to second. Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, I mean, this is similar to the South Melbourne market. We're also lucky to have a very good and vibrant makers market. It's been going a number of years now. I've been really enjoying working as the chair of the reference committee and meeting other traders over the recent months. We've got a bit of a challenge coming out of COVID, but we've got some really great staff and traders down there at the market every Sunday, and I'm very confident in another year or two we'll be back where we used to be and continuing to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bond? No? Anybody else speaking to the item? No? Ready for the vote? All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. On to Councillor expenses. Is that 13.1, Councillor expenses monthly reporting for August 2023? Sorry, we're going quick. You guys are catching up. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No. Looking for a councillor to move it. Councillor Nyaguy. Councillor Martin to second. Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy, are you speaking to it? Martin, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Martin? Anybody else? All right, going to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. On to 13.2, the records of informal meetings of council. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No. Looking for someone to move this. Councillor Martin. Councillor Pearl to second. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to it? Anybody else? No. Going to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. All right, that's the end of the reports. So now on to notice of motions. Councillors, we have 4 notice of motions tonight. The first one is item 14.1. This is a motion raised by Councillor Baxter in relation to developing a developer register. Councillor Baxter would like, it says, would you like to move this motion? Notice of motion?
Yes.
Good. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy. Okay. I didn't ask him any questions. Why is it? Hold on, real quick. Is that correct? Bear with me a minute, please. Is this correct, where it's like they speak to it and then the questions? So, okay. All right, questions now. Councillor Martin?
This may be a governance question. I note in the motion that Councillor Baxter is suggesting that the City of Greater Dandenong has an excellent policy in this area. If officers were aware of other councillors that had policies that were equally as good as better, if this motion is passed, does this motion preclude officers from using those other exemplary motions from other councillors and developing their recommendations back to us?
Who would you like me to go to? Xavier, can you help us out, please?
Through you, Mayor, we will, if this motion passes, we would look at other examples as well and include that in the report to come to Council.
Councillor Baxter.
And I can clarify in the intent, it's basically, that's your starting point, but obviously take the best advice.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, then we have a mover and a seconder already, so Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. I will. So, I put this notice of motion based largely on the results of the Operation Sandon outcomes and recommendations made for the local government sector. The local government inspectorate has recommended that all Victorian councils create a policy that clearly sets out how councillors should interact with developers. I want to be really clear that what I'm looking for here is for there to be clear and transparent accountability about our contact with developers, property developers, largely due to the concerns that can occur in terms of discussions outside of the proper decision-making processes and so on. I support the same level of transparency in terms of ministers meeting with lobbyists and decision-makers and so on. But and you know we can also talk about that for councillors. But for here we're talking about my proposed response to the local government's inspectorate's recommendation. We need to acknowledge that councillors and council staff need to meet with developers and applicants to discuss development applications on occasion. I certainly don't need to meet with all of them, but I may need to meet with some from time to time, and that can be entirely legitimate and fine, as well as meeting indeed with objectors. That's also entirely legitimate and fine. But it's really important that the public know who I'm meeting with them, when I'm meeting with them, how often I'm meeting with them. And that's the real reason for putting this motion forward. We don't have to start from scratch. There are a couple of other local government areas that have developed really good policies. I have noted that the City of Greater Dandenong's policy is really good, except that they will likely need to in the future update their policy to make it mandatory rather than voluntary, because I suspect that the state government will make this a requirement for councils. And I think that this is a great way for us to get ahead of that and establish a good culture of transparency and disclosure ahead of that. So that's why I'm putting this motion, and I hope councillors will support it.
All right. Councillor Nyaguy, would like to speak to it?
Yeah, I would echo Councillor Baxter's sentiments. I think this is like a tricky area that I think we've probably been a little bit behind on in Victoria, and I think probably when you look at state models, they've had corruption bodies and a greater level of scrutiny on these kind of issues for a longer time. I think Operation Soundon and some of the sort of revelations probably shocked a lot of people in Victoria, I think partly because we just hadn't previously had processes to kind of take for account of some of these kind of issues, and as a result they were kind of never known. And I think ultimately the best approach for these kind of things is transparency and finding ways to manage these kind of conflicts and challenges. And I think one of the simplest way to do that when it comes to property developers is to have a disclosure system. I can say as somebody who's worked in state government, who for a short time actually was a registered lobbyist, though didn't do much lobbying in that particular role. There's lots of different kind of frameworks around Australia and lots of different rules, and ultimately I think the thing that they're all kind of moving toward is like greater transparency, and they're slowly becoming more comprehensive. And I think it's time that we took a further step in that direction. It's likely that it may need to get changed if there's further legislative change at a state level, but I see no harm in us stepping in this direction now, and I sort of thank Councillor Baxter for the initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Martin wants to speak to the item? Yep.
In an ideal world, we wouldn't need Councillor Baxter to bring a notice of motion like this to our council, and I regularly get comments from members of the public, texts, phone calls, emails telling me that I'm corrupt, my council colleagues are corrupt, council staff are corrupt. I don't believe any of that's true, but there are some people out there who like to say these things. And if our officers are able to come up with a framework which allows them to implement Councillor Baxter's recommendations, and it may not be an easy job for our officers, but if they can do that, it's just one other line of defence that we can say to people, if you're making these allegations, put up or shut up. We're making absolutely sure that we're transparent in what we're dealing with. And my experience with my colleagues around the table here, I love you all. I know none of you would ever be involved in anything like this. You always have a love in saying how good we all are. But it's important that we're transparent and that our ratepayers, the citizens of Victoria, can see that it's not just that we say that we're squeaky clean, that we walk the talk, and we've got policies that show that. So, yes, it's sad that councils, that Operation Sanders had to make these recommendations. I'm sure there are other councils where it's far more necessary, but I think it'll add another layer of transparency and give the lie to some of those people who like to make veiled comments about us without ever providing any justification. So, commend it to you, and officers, I hope that you're able to come up with a draft that meets all the requirements, but that's able to be implemented.
I'd like to move an amendment on the third item. So instead of the 15th November council meeting, it'll be to a future council meeting. So instead of saying for consideration at a future council meeting. Nope. No, I think I can explain it a bit if anybody would like to second it. Thank you, Councillor Pearl, to second. I should probably take notes here. Thank you. All right, then I'll speak to the amendment. 15th of November is coming very soon, and often when we have a policy, draft policy, especially if it's coming to a council meeting, we'd have a briefing, and I've seen the forward briefing schedule and we're pretty maxed out. So I'm not sure how we're going to achieve this, and I don't find it a priority this side of Christmas at all. So in the new year, it can go in with the other body of work that we're already working on, because we've got a lot going on. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to it? All right, then we'll vote on just the amendment. What? Oh, begin the stanza. What? Oh, you can speak to the amendment. Sorry. Would you like to speak to the amendment, Councillor Martin?
Mayor, I take your point. I think that November the 15th probably is putting far too much pressure on officers. I also think that having no timeline at all does leave the chance that this could accidentally disappear off the radar, and I'd hate to see that happen as well. So if this motion is lost, but in spirit with what you're suggesting, I'd like to come up with an amendment or an alt-rec or whatever, which perhaps puts a time frame of perhaps 6 months from today as the maximum time. So at least we've got a definite term. So if this alt-rec fails, I'm happy to move a second alt-rec, which puts a time of 6 months from now.
All right. No, how do I do that? Like an amendment again? Sorry, just real quick. We're looking at if... So who would have to amend it to if I didn't agree to that and I voted second? I can do another amendment? No, somebody else can. Okay, I've had the advice that somebody else can do another amendment to change to give it a date. But we have to consider this one first because I've been seconded. Withdraw it. Sorry, we want to be very accurate around here. Okay, I'll withdraw it then. Okay, I'll withdraw this so somebody else can move it.
Can I ask a clarifying question of officers?
Okay.
I totally acknowledge the crunch that you're talking about. To the CEO, I suppose, could you recommend a reasonable time frame?
Through you, Mayor, I think having had a look at the forward agenda as well, I think that is part of the challenge, and obviously wanting to brief councillors and have an opportunity for councillors to have input into that. So we do, again, councillors break from the 6th of December. The next briefing will be late January. That'll probably be pretty loaded up. So you probably won't be able to brief on it until February, so maybe March.
First meeting in April?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I will not object if someone puts an amendment there to talk about, I'd say March, but yeah.
Put an amendment, Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Martin, if he can move an amendment? You've already spoken to it.
No later than the first council meeting in April 2024.
Okay, hold on. We need a seconder to withdraw the motion. So I don't know. Thank you for your patience. We're all just making sure that we're following the rules. Okay, so it's been withdrawn. Councillor Martin is moving to have it instead of a future council meeting at no later than you can probably just leave that.
No later than the first council meeting in April 2024.
Yeah, do that. Sorry. No, sorry, do delete that. And so it says no later than the first council meeting in April 2024. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience there. All right, so Councillor Martin has moved. Okay, I'm going to catch up on my notes. Okay,
Sorry, just another clarifying question.
Yes.
If we were to make that decision, if we had to do consultation or anything, does that push us up against caretaker?
The consultation timeline would not be affected. Sorry, do you want to answer this? But hopefully you could just roll into the budget one because we're already out for community consultation.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Through you, Mayor, I don't think it would. I think we'd be able to accommodate that. I think I'll make a commitment that we'll try for quicker, given that we did give Councillor Baxter advice that we thought we could do it quicker initially. So, but having thought about that now and seen the forward agenda and with the Christmas break, but we'll try and do it quicker and we'll come back to you with any implications around that time frame.
All right, so now we need a seconder for, can I do it? Nope, I can't do it. So we're running out of people who can second Councillor Martin's amendment. Councillor Crawford, thank you. All right, Councillor Martin, to speak to it.
I think I've already said everything. Thank you to Councillor Baxter for bringing this. I understand the reasons behind it. Unfortunate, but probably necessary. Thank you, Mayor, for raising your concerns over timeline. Thank you, CEO, for saying that you'll do it as quickly as possible, but we do have an end date. But thank you for your assurance that we may be able to get the result through earlier than that.
Councillor Crawford? Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Crawford? Nope. Anybody else speaking to this new amendment, which becomes a substantive? So we will be voting. Yes. No, sorry. No, sorry. On the amendment only. Just on the red lines up there, we're voting on this. So if there's no one else speaking to it, we're going to vote on if we're going to change it on the third point from the 15th of November to voting to have it in April, okay? Then we'll vote on the whole thing. Got it? So then it can be voted down? Yes. So we're just voting to change from the 15th of November to April 2024. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. All those against? Someone abstaining? Oh, it's carried. Thank you. All right, so now the substantive. We've already had the speakers. I believe we had Baxter, Nyaguy, and Martin have already spoken to it. So the remaining people now can speak to the substantive. Okay? Who would like to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Bond?
I won't be supporting this for a number of reasons. We did something similar in 2019 as a result of a notice of motion back then, and it never went anywhere because it was deemed too hard to implement and too hard to track all the contacts. Secondly, I read up there, we have to record any contact, councillor and officer contact with property developers, submitters, lobbyists and other stakeholders in land use planning decision-making processes. That will include all our community. So anytime a community member, anytime a community group, resident, next door objector contacts us with a concern about a particular project, we've got to put them on a register if we take a literal interpretation of that. And I know there would be many residents who wouldn't want it to be known that they're objecting to their next door neighbour's proposal, but are happy to speak to their councillor confidentially and put forward their concerns. If this goes through, I then have to record that on a list. The effect of this will be is a group of councillors and an organisation that will talk to no one for fear of having to put everything down in a list, or no one will contact us because they don't want to go on a list. I think the only thing worse than this organisation talking to perhaps maybe one or two wrong people over a 4 or 5 year term is we talk to no one, and that's going to be the outcome here if we put this through. So I cannot support this. I think it is rather draconian to fix a problem that just doesn't exist. So it's just, I think it's just massive overkill to something that the problem that just doesn't exist here in the municipality. And I'm sure many of our residents don't want to be put on lists and have it recorded that they've spoken to their councillors about a particular issue. Therefore, I'm not going to be supportive of this. And I'll give you an example of the person that came here tonight to speak about 21 Dorcas Street. I did a little Google on the organisation he's representing. They own 11 to 17 Dorcas Street. So are they a developer? Are they a submitter? Are they a lobbyist? Like, what's their role here? There's a very, very grey area as to what role. And I thought he was the owner at first, or representing the owner. But then turns out he wasn't. He's a next door neighbour who's got a development for a 40-storey building or 30-storey building that came through these chambers many, many years ago. So it's just opening up a great big can of worms that we are not going to be able to properly manage, and it's going to result in worse decision-making for this council than what we will have in the current situation, which isn't broken, so I don't need to know why we're trying to fix it.
All right, anybody else speaking to the item? Councillor Pearl?
We did try this once before, and it was very difficult to implement. It was more narrow than this from memory as well. I think you sent round the details of it, Councillor Bond, which I remember voting on a while ago, but it sort of never happened because it was all too hard. The world's moved on a lot since then, and I get that. That some councils have put this in place, and I'm sure they're getting benefit from it for what's suiting their area. I understand the intention, Councillor Baxter, but I think it's too broad, and I don't think in practice it materially improves the processes that we already have. We already have stringent conflict of interest declarations that need to be made, and by adding an additional form of governance and bureaucracy on top of it, I'm not really convinced of the benefit that will be provided based on the context of this council. We don't have massive greenfield land areas. We have an urban land area in Fisherman's Bend, but our planning controls they're not fairly restricted, but we are very restricted in what we can do in Fisherman's Bend. I don't think anyone, if I recall, will not disclose donations, has received donations from property developers that I know of. And in my time on council, I've met with individuals of each of those. I can't recall exactly meeting with a formal lobbyist, but no doubt they're around. And I don't really think logging these interactions through the staff levels or through councillor levels will provide a better transparency and governance outcome for the city. If I did and I was convinced of it, maybe you can make a more convincing argument for me, I'd support it. But in its current form, based on how broad it is and the lack of clarity about what problem you're actually solving in the context of the city of Port Phillip, the report, as I read it, is very different from the council situation that we find ourselves in. So seriously consider it, and thank you for bringing it forward, but I won't be supporting it tonight, Councillor Baxter.
Anybody else speaking to the item tonight? Councillor Clerk.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the intent that Councillor Baxter has, I guess, brought with this motion. But on the face of it, it's a solution in search of a problem, and it's impossible to work with. I've even had, in my short time, a resident reach out wanting to complain about neighbours' developments and stuff, and honestly, how could we write down every interaction we had? It's, as I said, the intent, nobody wants to see that kind of corruption or anything come into council. But as Councillor Pearl said, I don't, everyone likes to think they're perfect, but there's not been any history of that. There's not a lot of greenfields, as Councillor Pearl said. And I just don't think it's workable. And as councillors, we have to have the trust of our community. They have to be able to reach out and talk to us. And this would put a serious barrier between it. So I also won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
All right. I'll add my little bits. I'm really on the fence, and unfortunately tonight it looks like it's going to be tied, and I'll have to do a casting vote, which is even more difficult for me. I work in development-ish as an architect, so I do keep my roles separate, but there are so many interactions with various parties because so many people are involved in getting a building off the ground. It's going to be hard. And what I don't like about the way this is written, I'm glad we changed the time frame, is a couple things. So even though we pushed it back for the council meeting, when it comes to that briefing, I imagine it's going to be quite contentious and trying to figure out what this policy actually is. I don't know if I want it to be mandatory. I don't know if I even want this policy in general. So it's almost like I wish it said something more about, like, well, let's have a report and like what a policy would look like, possibly. Because I'm not convinced it's the best thing to do either. It's not a requirement of anything. It's a recommendation, possibly by the inspectorate, I believe. It sounds like, yeah, sure, why not? But then day to day, actually complying to it is going to be a headache and very challenging. And I feel I'll be more caught out the one time I forgot than the 100 other times I do put my name on it. And I don't even know how this operates for the officers. I feel really, maybe I didn't consider it enough time to hear a viewpoint from the officers, because it's not an officer's recommendation, it's a notice of motion. So without having their input, I'm putting the onus on them and requiring them to do this. That seems more than it needs to be. All right, so I believe everybody's had the opportunity to speak. So what? Oh, you get an opportunity to close. Thank you for the reminder. Councillor Baxter, to close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand that some councillors have some questions, particularly around whether this is a workable policy according to our officers. I think it would have been really good if those councillors had taken the opportunity to ask a question during the question time section of this motion to ask the officers whether it was doable. The intent of this is to create a policy that is workable, create a policy that can be enforced. There's no point creating one that can't be enforced. This motion sets out what the parameters of that policy would be, but it is incorrect to say this will be completely unworkable, this will mean that no one can talk to us and so on. Until we have a policy, you can't make those statements, right? We've talked about the parameters that would guide the development of the policy, and we can have input on that, and we can talk about it being really strict, we can talk about it being really lenient, we can do whatever we like. The Inspectorate has recommended that we've done this. They would not recommend that we do it if they didn't think councils were capable of doing it. Other councils have implemented it. They would not have implemented it if it's an unimplementable solution to the issue, right? I think it would have been nice, particularly for Councillor Bond, if he had actually read the Dandenong policy, because you can see, if you've actually read that policy, that a lot of those concerns that you had, Councillor Bond, are unfounded. The policy deals with defining contact, defining development, and talking about when you need to disclose, when you don't need to disclose, and so on. It's not going to be a situation where we have to live in fear and terror. Some other councillors have brought up some of the grey areas and some other questions that we have. Great. It's really important to raise these sorts of questions. You know what would clear up the grey? A policy. That would really help, I think, and make things a lot clearer. That's why we should develop a policy. Councillor Pearl referred to just not seeing that this is important in terms of the current councillors that we have and the current context that we have. That may be the case. I'm certainly not accusing anybody in this council of any kind of wrong conduct or anything like that. But we actually should be making policies not just for exactly who we are and exactly the context we're in, but what we think our council is going to need going forward, and the kind of disclosure and transparency we think should be the standard that we want to set to our community. So I really will urge my fellow councillors, do not be afraid of scrutiny, do not be afraid of the sunlight. It's the best disinfectant. There is absolutely nothing wrong with people knowing when we meet with developers and applicants. I think it is going to be something that the state is going to require of councils in the coming years. So when we come back and have this conversation in a couple of years, if we happen to all still be on council, I don't want to have to be saying, I told you so. We could have actually been dealing with this earlier on and doing it our way and developing our policy and the best practice of dealing with it.
All right, time for the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? All right, that's tied, so now I have to cast the vote. Look, I'm going to have to vote against it. I'm sorry. I'd vote against it. So the Mayor's vote is against.
May I request a division?
Yep. All those in favour? Councillor Crawford, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Martin, Councillor Nyaguy. All those against? That's Bond, Pearl, Consolo and Clark, and Mayor casting vote against. All right, so that's failed. Okay. Thank you, everyone. On to 14.2. It has been 2 hours since our last break. Does anybody need a break? Anybody need a little quick toilet break? We can come back by 10:30? Oh, I'm just asking. If anybody needs to go to the toilet and relieve themselves, you're allowed to tell me. All right. I guess not. 14.2. The motion is raised by Councillor Baxter in relation to the proposed changes to the governance rules. Councillor Baxter, would you like to move this notice of motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm moving this.
Who would like to second this? Councillor Nyaguy? All right. So we have questions now. Why? Do councillors have any questions of the officers in relation to this notice of motion?
Do the officers have a view? Sorry, do the officers have a view of the requirement of these items?
Would you like to answer that? Would you like to answer? Who would like to answer that question? Maybe an understanding. Is view the word you want to use, or is another word you want to maybe use?
I was trying to keep my question very broad so you can say what you like, but well, is there any express opinion on the workability of these? That's pretty workable. No, just withdraw the question. Just interested to get your view.
Councillor, okay.
Do this.
Do you need an answer, or do you withdraw?
Withdraw.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
I'd like council officers' opinion on the Part A moving or removing the ability to move and vote on block, given that when we do move and vote for things on block, it's well documented which one's on block. They're agreed to by councillors prior to the meeting. It's transparent in the meeting. It's voted on.
Point of order, Mayor.
Sorry, just pause. What's the point of order?
My concern is that's not a question.
I haven't finished yet.
Sorry, I'm going to overlook. I think there's a question. Can you keep continuing?
Yeah, so as I said, and I'll say it again now, I'd like council officers their thoughts on the voting on block, because as our current procedure is, we vote on it prior to the meeting. It's listed in here in the council meeting as which ones are on block. It's transparent that everyone can see we're voting on block. So what is council officers' view on why we would need to change that, given the transparency that's currently in place?
All right, I'll ask Xavier Samir to answer.
Through you, Mayor, governments have provided assistance to Councillor Baxter in the preparation of this notice of motion, and in the supporting information it states that the section 1A of the recommendation is related to the IBAC recommendations. So that speaks to the workability of it and the intent behind it.
Does that answer your question?
I don't think so. Do council officers see a problem with our current process? Is that another way of saying the same thing?
Through you, Mayor, I think this is something for councillors to put their mind to. It's inherent around the governance rules and the extent that they want to take on board advice from IBAC, and whether they view that they have issues or problems. This is a workable recommendation. Personally, I haven't seen issues with on block for some items in the past, but I understand the intent around the proposed changes, the IBAC recommendations, and it's really something for councillors to make a decision as a group about how they want to go ahead with this. We can make it work.
Can I just ask the mover the intention of 1B?
Apologies. I can't find it in the IBAC report right now, but I'm pretty sure it was about making sure that the councillors that speak on an item, are expressing opinions on an item. It's not just how you vote on an item; it's about your public deliberation of an item. That goes to the en bloc thing as well. Or maybe I'm not answering directly the question, but basically the intent is that you should record the councillors that spoke on the item to properly represent the deliberation that occurred on the public deliberation that occurred on the item.
And just follow up, is that for or against? So you'll say Councillor Baxter spoke in favour of the motion?
It doesn't matter. It just is who spoke on each motion. Doesn't matter whether they spoke for or against.
I have a question quickly. On item C, the names that are recorded for and against, if we are unanimous, do I have to call out as chair everybody who voted in favour, even if it's unanimous? Jeez. Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Let me just get... I don't think I'm actually asking Councillor Bond, head of governance, that would be the answer, that I would have to say everyone's name under division. Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, your question?
And can I just clarify the question that Councillor Pearl asked on number B? Is it just recorded that we spoke for it or against it, or just that we spoke? So you just have to write down everyone's name who uttered a word against in relation to every item that comes up at the council meeting. Is that right?
Yeah.
Every item, you have to write everyone's name who said something.
I might just add that.
It takes like 4 seconds to type it, but yes.
I already do write it down, but that's just me to know because who has left to talk, to speak, right? Sorry, I'm speaking out of
But this would be formally... Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have a question? Otherwise, we're going to go into the debate because we have a mover and a seconder. I think I lost my place. Lots of scribbles here. Okay. Anybody else? Any questions? No? All right. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I won't go into too much detail of this one. I think it's pretty clear. It comes directly from the recommendations from the Operation Sandon report. These recommendations, certainly even more than the developer register, are highly expected to be soon required of councils anyway. So we can get ahead of that and try and get the best practice in our governance procedures. I appreciate the questions that councillors have asked this evening, and I know that things come up at the last minute that you hadn't considered them before, but also I did make myself available this afternoon for anyone to ask me any questions about this. So there was a few more questions tonight than I expected, I suppose. But that's fine. You probably just didn't think of things until tonight. But really just the three main runs being the moving and voting en bloc is really about making sure that we're clearly showing our public deliberation of items before we make decisions. Moving items en bloc means that you vote on all decisions, but you don't deliberate on all decisions. And that's actually a really important distinction identified in the IBAC report. The names of councillors who spoke on each motion is all about who deliberated, who participated in debate, and how did they participate in the deliberation. Not just who voted, but how did the deliberation go. Another important distinction. And then, of course, the voting, who voted for what, regardless of whether a division was called, is also important. And in fact, anyone who watches we video record anyway, so everyone knows. It's not a secret who votes for and against things, so it's really just a matter of writing it down. It's not a big deal. And then, of course, the community engagement that's required if we're making changes to the governance rules.
Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy, you second it. You can speak now.
Yeah, I must say, certainly coming onto council, I've always felt a little bit uncomfortable about the way we go about en bloc voting. I think Councillor Baxter's kind of hitting on the head there. I think it's really about the deliberation aspect. I think what kind of happens is it's like a sort of ball rolling down a hill. There's a sort of push earlier on in the day before the meeting has begun to bundle things together, and I think that kind of lowers the scrutiny on the individual items. I think similarly, not having a record of who spoke, not having a record of who voted on what, lowers the scrutiny on the deliberation and the process as it unfolds. And I don't see any of those things being particularly onerous to implement, but I think what they do is provide a greater level of clarity around our deliberations and the ultimate decisions, which I think would ultimately be beneficial. And it's also like, it's really like the length of time we're adding to the meeting by not having on block is really minimal. But yeah, I think it's a useful change.
Councillor Bond first.
I won't be supporting this either because once again there's no problem for this to try and solve. The only time we use en bloc voting is for minor items that no one wants to talk to, no one wants to debate, things like our councillor expenses, our record of meetings, which we've had tonight, and we only ever do it when we have big item agendas to deal with, so that to try and speed up the meeting, even if it's only by 10 minutes, so that we're not making $1 million decisions at 11 o'clock at night when every one of us wants to be at home, and we're not giving that item that comes last to us in a confidential council meeting the scrutiny it deserves. And I think by sacrificing a few minutes here and a few minutes there with en bloc voting for minor items, which has always been the practice for 12 years, we may actually give some proper thought and some proper investigation and interrogation and attention to the important items that always come after this. So I'm not going to support this because I don't think it achieves anything, or I don't think it solves any problem. As Councillor Baxter said, if someone wants to know who spoke on something, well, there's a video. You can always look at videos. If we were moving, land rezoning and development applications and funding grants and things like that en bloc, I'd agree with him. That's a problem. But we've never done that. It's only ever been for minor items that no councillor wants to speak to. We say, does anyone want to speak to this? No. All right, we can put these 3 or 4 through en bloc so we can, save ourselves our energy and our attention for the major items that our community expects us to scrutinise and deal with. And I know, some of us are sitting here 10:30 at night. Some of us started work at 8 in the morning. We've had 10-hour days at work, or 8 or 9, 10 hours a day. Then we come here for another 4-hour council meeting. To expect us to spend our time or extend the meeting even further is sometimes quite unreasonable for those of us that do work and do have jobs during the day and don't just sit around town hall doing whatever. This is, it's about proper decision making, and this isn't going to increase our ability to make proper decisions because we're spending time on minor things like this, and when we get to the big things, we're all just too tired and want to go home or hungry, whatever. That we just go, whatever, pass it, bang, I'm out the door. And that's not proper governance of this municipality. So I won't be supporting this, even though en bloc voting may have been a problem in other municipalities. It isn't one here, so until it is a problem here, I don't think we need to fix it.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. I'll be quick. I agree with the comments on en bloc voting. I don't think it's been used, I wouldn't say sparingly, but it's a useful tool that's used with the appropriateness of the direction of the chair. If it's ever inappropriately used, as it was done in the investigation that they were referring to, I've never seen it used in that way here to gag debate or stop debate or push things through faster. That's not something I've seen. And what we are doing in the past few years, we've increased the level of transparency, and I'm at fault of this. I did it with councillor expenses. We don't have the ability to table documents, etc., like a process to make them public. So we have to bring them in as council reports, which take time. So I don't see it as an issue. It's a tool that the chair should have and we should be able to use. It's perfectly normal corporate governance structure. Names speaking in the minutes, I don't really understand what the purpose of that was. Speaking for and against might be a useful tool, but even that I think is, again, I don't understand the problem that it's solving. And then finally, we have a division. And my understanding is the purpose of a division isn't to record the names of voting. It's to give councillors the opportunity to change their votes if we wish, which happens very rarely on this council. But again, it's unnecessary bureaucracy in terms of being able to record a vote, and frankly, I think it's again a useful thing that councillors don't necessarily have to go on the minutes in terms of what the council decision was. Sometimes it's better to say the council carried, the majority was done, and we moved on. Plus, having to then note the councillors and the clear indication of each councillor on each vote just doesn't seem like again, I don't understand the problem this is solving. I think 30% of our decisions in 1 year, or 25% of our decisions in 1 year, were under division. So if you want something recorded or you want to change your vote, you have that tool already.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is another solution in search of a problem. I don't think we should have to apologise for using voting on block in an efficient way and aiming to act with efficiency in this council. As Councillor Bond pointed out, it's 20 to 11. Not only are councillors sitting here, we've got officers and everyone else still sitting here through meetings. And if we can save 10, 15, 20 minutes, then that's a good thing for all. It's used entirely appropriately here, and there is no reason why we shouldn't continue using it, so I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Martin.
Quoting from the IBAC report, recommendation 23, IBAC recommends that the Minister for Local Government ensure that the model governance rules expressly prohibit voting on block in council meetings. Recommendation 24, IBAC recommends that the Minister for Local Government ensures that the model governance rules require council meeting minutes to state A, the names of councillors who spoke on each motion, B, the names of councillors who voted for and against each motion regardless of whether a division is called. These are two very simple fixes very two simple things that the Minister for Local Government can implement very, very easily. Councillor Baxter may have jumped out of the starting stalls before the rest of the field has been called into the blocks. I have a very strong feeling that this is going to be mandated for us anyhow. I don't believe it's a recommendation 24 about the names of councillors who spoke on each motion and who voted for and against. That information is available already very, very simply. I think it's not going to extend the time that council meetings take. It'll just perhaps add 30 seconds per motion to whoever's recording the minutes for the council. Again, the on-block voting, we do it rarely. When we do, never more than 3 or 4 at a time. Might add 5 minutes to a meeting. If it adds 5 minutes to a meeting but gives more transparency, I don't think 5 minutes is a major ask if it's going to improve community perceptions of our council transparency. I think these things are going to be mandated for us anyhow. And yes, Councillor Baxter, you may have jumped out of the stalls before the rest of the horses arrived, but it's probably a reasonable thing to implement. I think it's going to have to happen anyhow.
Anybody else speaking to the item? Look, I'm on the fence yet again. It's one of these things. Individually, yes, we could do all of these, sure, but I'm up here scrambling to record things. I'm fortunate that other people are also trying to record things. There's a lot going on. I think if we look at the holistic view of our council meetings, we do things special here at City of Port Phillip. We don't know if anybody else does exactly like us. We allow hours of having our committee come ask questions and speak to us. That is rare. And it's fantastic, and it's something that we could maybe decide a few other things might be a bit different in order to keep that tradition. So it is really challenging being in my position. I hope a lot of people understand what it's like to sit up in this view. I agree that we will possibly be required to do this, and when that time comes, would be the right time. I don't even know if we'd engage with our community. It'd be a requirement. Okay. Yeah, so each one individually, but for example, unanimous. We've had like 8 unanimous tonight, and I'd have to go around the room reading everybody's name out. It's just these little things that makes it clunky for the purpose that it's trying to achieve. Anybody can call a division at any time, and it can be recorded for whatever reason you're wanting it to be. But recording it for unanimous at all times, it's just these little things that we don't have to do. We can do it, but okay, I'll leave it there. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Councillor Baxter, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be brief. I don't agree with Councillors Bond and Clark that there's nothing to see here and that we have to wait for something to become a problem before we address it. We should instead be establishing what is the best practice and then going from there. I don't agree with Councillor Pearl, once again, the idea that because we've never misused en bloc, then that's fine. Well, a future council may well misuse that, and it would be great if it was actually built in our governance rules that you can't. It's as simple as that. It's crazy for councillors to suggest that just because something bad hasn't happened, it's impossible. Of course not. These are safeguards that we need to put in place. Even the best performing council should put in place safeguards to ensure that that we're not making decisions improperly. Councillor Bond talked about the impact of late council meetings, and I totally understand that. That's not actually what we're talking about here, though. If we want to talk about the timing of council meetings, if we want to talk about implementing a 10 p.m. cut-off like some councils have, or more regular council meetings like some councils have in order to get through all the business we need to get through, we can have that discussion. That's not this discussion. This is about properly deliberating and understanding the things that we're voting on when we vote on them. And honestly, Councillor Consolo, the concern about recording, councillors' names when there's unanimous, you would just say it's unanimous, and just the names go in the minutes. I don't think there's any indication that you would have to call out every single name here. It simply says that the names of councillors who voted for and against each motion are recorded. Regardless of whether a division called. Recorded. That's it. It is just be recorded. So it's as simple as that. And finally, on Councillor Pearl's talking about the use of the division, you'd still be able to call a division if you wanted to change your vote. This wouldn't change that. This wouldn't replace the division. You'd still be able to do that if you wanted to change your vote. But it should be a matter, of course, that we record what councillors are voting for.
Thank you. Let's take that to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? All right, that's tied. So the mayor vote, I'll vote against it. I'm happy with how we have it. Thank you.
Division.
It's lost. Pardon? Division? Okay, all those in favour? Let me make a new space on my paper. Hold on. All right, for Nyaguy, Martin, Baxter, Crawford, against, Bond, Pearl, Consolo, Clark, mayor casting vote, against, Consolo. So it has failed. All right. So we're now on to 14.3, which is a motion raised by Councillor Nyaguy in relation to the voice of Parliament. Councillor Crawford?
Is it possible, because I don't know about anyone else in the room, I'm tiring, so I'm going to ask, can we all be really efficient with how we speak for the rest of the night? Because we've got a lot of items still to get through.
Great. Sure. Councillor Nyaguy, in my script says, would you like to move this notice of motion?
No. Yes, I'd like to move this motion.
Who would like to second this notice of motion? Councillor Crawford. Thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the notice of motion? I'll ask a question. So in item 2, it says that we're going to support clear and accurate provision of information necessary for this. Is that on a website? What was the proposal?
me to speak to that?
If you'd like to, yep.
Yeah, I think given the time, whether we are in terms of the campaign, we've only got a week left. I think it would be simply communicating our decision to the community rather than a sort of extensive campaign. If we'd had longer time, we could have done something a bit more detailed. But I think clearly articulating this statement and maybe some additional information. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, is that a question?
And as a follow-up, either Councillor Nyaguy or officers, I've had a number of people approach me saying they're very concerned that Council would be wasting a significant amount of ratepayers' funds on campaigning in a referendum. Councillor Nyaguy or officers, do you actually see any Council funds being involved in this, or is this something that would simply be a statement that would appear on the Council website and in comms?
No, I'm not proposing any funds be spent on this, simply that we would probably put a statement on our website and Facebook, maybe link to... There's already some information that's been provided by the federal government that has both sides of the campaign, so we could provide that. We could provide some information from the Yes campaign. I can talk to officers offline. I didn't want to be too prescriptive given we need to be dynamic, and also given we've got a week left. I didn't want to create an overly burdensome job for officers to implement.
Okay. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. Can officers please clarify what the official position of the traditional owners in the City of Port Phillip is?
Felicity, please.
In respect to the voice referendum, obviously.
Thank you for the question. The two local groups have been quite clear that they don't have a position, and they encourage people to make an informed decision.
Well, I'll actually just jump in there. My understanding is the Wurundjeri have in fact endorsed voice in the last couple of weeks. We didn't. I mean, we obviously had a conversation a number of months ago with traditional owners, but my understanding is in the last couple of weeks they have in fact affirmed their position in favour of voice. The Bunurong have not.
Thank you. Do you want to add to that? You good? Okay. Are there any further questions? No. All right. So, Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start by reading a statement that was provided to me from Adam Briggs, who's a well-known comedian and First Nations rapper and activist who also lives in South Melbourne in our municipality, who I'm told is actually at an event with the Prime Minister tonight, so is unable to come along and speak. So I'll just read out his statement first. It's important that we continue to work towards better outcomes for blackfellas. With this referendum, we stand to make a gain towards those better outcomes. We won't see the big effects of yes vote the next day, but we're going to see it in 5 years down the track. The alternative to voting yes just reinforces racism and puts us in a worse position than where we are now. It feels like the alternate to yes is extremely detrimental. There's a lot of debate about why a council would put this position, and it's certainly one that I've had a lot of conversations with people in the community, and not necessarily specifically on this motion that I'm putting tonight, but certainly in campaigning for council and being around in council discussions over the years. It's often a position put by people that we shouldn't be political, or that we shouldn't have statements that don't directly relate to the work that we do at council. I guess I would ultimately disagree with that interpretation of our role. I've had a really clear and consistent representations from our community in relation to voice, and I think that a lot of what we do at council is political. I mean, you've seen the number of divisions tonight. We are an incredibly divided council, and every one of us, all 9 of us, are political. That is the nature of our role, and we apply different ideological lenses and different values and different ideas to every decision that we make, and that's okay. But ultimately, we have to each listen to our own conscience and listen to the own decisions that we think are important. And for me, I keep going back to 2017. I go back to the fact that our council supported the Yes campaign for same-sex marriage, and I guess I ultimately can't, as a gay man who benefited from that decision, but also benefited from and felt a great sense of affirmation when my local government stood with me during a really a very difficult campaign. I can't underscore how important that was, and I can't I can't not do the same. I can't not do the same for our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. Like, I just can't not pay that forward, even though it's difficult and it's awkward. I think it's really important to note that our silence on this position is a political decision. Our statement that after being incredibly involved in the reconciliation space, being incredibly involved with traditional owners and Aboriginal people who live in our municipality over the entire time this council has been around, and many of the previous councils, to suddenly be silent all year on this issue, people notice that, and it's not a good feeling. It's a feeling like our council is kind of stepping back. We've already kind of supported voice through our reconciliation action plan. So again, to suddenly step backwards is a decision. To become neutral, to become not an active participant in the reconciliation debate is a decision, and a political one that I think is ultimately detrimental. So ultimately, I mean, the reason I am supporting voice, and the reason I think council should support voice on the actual proposal itself, it's a very simple proposal. It's not legislating the voiced, so it's not legislating the Uluru Statement. It's not taking people's houses. It's not doing a number of some of the crazy things that people are saying. Ultimately, it's doing two things. One I think is more important than the other, but they're both important. We're recognising the first Australians and putting that in our nation's birth certificate, as often is phrased by politicians. I think that's an important and overdue thing to be done. But I think the secondary part around voice, around the actual proposal of having an advisory body to Parliament, is so important. I think the question that I want every Australian and certainly every person in Port Phillip to ask themselves as they walk into the voting booth on the 14th of October is, do we want to hear from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? Do we want them to feel that they have a stake in their own lives, and that after so many decades and centuries of ignoring their opinion and disregarding their needs and their wants, do we want to simply let them speak? We've had a long history since 1967 of legislating around this issue, since the federal government's had the ability to do so, and every one of those committees has been abolished and silenced. And that's why they said, can we put it in the Constitution? Because I think there's a sense of frustration among the Indigenous community that they have time and time again spoken to government, and then governments of different flavours, every Liberal government I would note, but Labor governments too, have abolished those committees, abolished those voices, abolished those processes. And so I think it's really important that it's enshrined in the Constitution and that we can't silence people in the future. And so that's why I'm voting yes, and that's why I think it's important that Port Phillip does. And I really hope that my colleagues will support this. It's a little thing at the end of a long campaign. Bayside Council have done it, Glenara have done it, City of Melbourne have done it. It's not spending heaps of money, we're not doing a massive campaign or anything. We're just simply adding our voice to the continued movement toward reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford?
So my family moved back to Australia from Singapore when I was about 8 or 9, and we moved to a very small country town in Queensland called Nyaguy. Now, I'd gone to English schools in Singapore, so I came back with a British accent and not a lot of knowledge about Australia, other than it was a place we went on holidays to see my relatives. So when I got to high school in Nyaguy, one of the things we do is have organised sports days with the high schools in nearby country towns. And one day we went to Mergen to play netball, and near Mergen is Cherbourg, which is an Aboriginal mission town, and they were also fielding teams. And I remember that day at the sports event being told to be careful and watch your stuff because the Aborigines would steal it. And that was my first kind of personal encounter with Indigenous people in Australia, my first knowledge as such. And I look back now and I'm really embarrassed and ashamed. But I was a kid and I had no other real knowledge or understanding of First Nations culture or Australia's history. That was the absolute extent of it, to watch your stuff. And in my 80s Australia, we didn't talk about Indigenous culture, let alone celebrate it or learn from it. Now, I can't change that at that point in time I was ignorant, but I do have a chance to do something now to make things a little bit better. Now, as a society, we have moved a long way, and as a person, I have become much more informed and appreciative, particularly by being on council, where I have learnt so much, and also by a friend discovering her hidden Aboriginal lineage. But I have a long way to go, as do we all. However, I believe we haven't done the reckoning we need in order to heal fully, to reconcile and move forward together. And I think it does start with acknowledgement in the Constitution that the First Nations people were the custodians of this land long before the rest of us arrived. Now, Port Phillip Council has proudly been a leader in this space, working for reconciliation long before it was the norm. And we have local groups that have focused on this for a very long time. We have celebrated Indigenous culture with the First Nations festivals for a very long time. And we know, and we heard tonight, that majority of our local community supports reconciliation, and we have data from years previous as well. We also have advisory groups on council because we know that listening to the various unique communities help us make better decisions and give us insights, ideas, feedback that we would not have otherwise. And these people on our advisory committees volunteer to make our local community better for all. Well, The Voice is a large-scale advisory committee that collectively the First Nations people have asked us to vote for in order to get not only better outcomes for their people, but also for our country. Now, one of the things I'm personally very passionate about is climate change, and I think in order to deal with climate change, we are going to need the expertise of Indigenous people to help us manage and restore the land and deal with it much more than we have ever before. And I think we need to have a unified, useful and effective way to do that. You know, recently I was in New Zealand for a holiday and I was very heartened by the how far further down the track of reconciliation New Zealand is with their First Nations people. The big thing for me, I guess it's like Councillor Nyaguy said with the postal vote 2017, when women wanted the vote, similar negative arguments were used as currently. And I am so grateful and have benefited because people stood up and fought for the right for women to have a say in their own future as well as that of the wider country. And we can see now how much better the country is, the world is, because of this. Now, I like to think if we were around then that I would fight for that right, but not only fight for that right, be leading that fight for the right. Now, we are in a leadership position here on council. We are on the front line as local leaders now. And if we at the City of Port Phillip are inclusive, like we like to say at all our events that we are a city of inclusion, then we also have to stand up and be counted when it matters. I believe we should honour the track record of this council and the supportive community and continue to be leaders and as a council support yes to a referendum to reflect our constituency. I do hope you will help me and join me in voting yes for this motion.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Councillor Pearl.
I'll go early in the interest of speeding this up. I've actually already voted, and I imagine a number of people in our community have. I couldn't find any reference to the Wurundjeri supporting the referendum. I've just had a quick look. I couldn't find anything on their website, and I googled the news article, so I'm not sure what that position is. Sorry, what was that? I can't find it.
Let's speak one at a time, please. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford, acknowledgement in the Constitution is very different from the proposal that's being considered by people here at this referendum. My first vote was in October 1999, which was the Republican referendum, but everyone forgets there was a second vote in that referendum, and I voted in favour of acknowledgement of the traditional owners in the preamble, which actually lost by a greater margin than the referendum did at that. There were other things in it, don't get me wrong, but it included acknowledgement of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders also. So it's a very different question about constitutional acknowledgement versus the voice. I've been to both yes meetings, one in this town hall, and I spent a day at a lawyer meeting recently, a group of barristers that went through predominantly from the no side. So I think I'm probably one of the few of you that actually taken some time to consider both sides in as much detail as I possibly could in a formal and open-minded way. And I came to the conclusion that absolutely this is a no vote for me. And I think actually councils that have come out in favour of the vote are assisting the no vote. So particularly the councils around us, there is nothing more that makes the average citizen irate than their council getting involved in things that they shouldn't be getting involved in, and trucks driving around with yes on it and all this sort of stuff is just makes the average voter, which probably never comes to a council chamber, very upset. So, and maybe that's why this motion's been left to the last minute in terms of this actual campaign when votings is actually already open. But in my opinion, in any case, the average person on the street does not want their council getting involved in federal government issues or constitutional change issues. This proposal divides us, and it puts too much power in the hands of the High Court, and that's not something we should be doing. It's not something that is being debated enough, and it should be. There's been no constitutional convention on this proposal, and particularly compared to the only referendum I've lived through, there's been no real public debate, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. Only today we've seen the Yes campaign pulled up for their signs being misleading. I've just heard an event happening in our town hall that's been described as neutral. Like, really? The Yes campaign are describing an event they're having in our town hall as neutral? That's deeply concerning.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
What's the point of order?
The event held in the town hall was held by the Port Phillip Citizens for Reconciliation. It wasn't a Yes campaign event. So I'd ask Councillor Pearl to withdraw that comment.
Okay, I wasn't at the event, but I know that the Citizens for Reconciliation was trying to do an event about the vote, not necessarily that it was yes or no.
What I'm basing it on was...
I ask you to withdraw. I think it's the point that I have to...
I think I need to clarify, because what I'm basing it on is the people in Yes T-shirts attending the event and people in Yes T-shirts handing out invitations.
Sorry, everyone, I'm just going to stop the meeting real quick. Hey, we have rules. We've just debated about having rules. Let's follow the rules. I know we're all tired. Let's bring it back in.
Point of order.
All right, I was actually still dealing with the other point of order, so if you could just wait. So I've actually asked you to withdraw, whether you think that's a good decision or not. That's what I've asked.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
What also potentially substantiates it was the officer's comments that... actually, let's not worry about it. Where was I? Yeah, so deep concerns about increasing the power of the High Court without any real decent longitudinal study about how this actually could potentially play out into the future. And there's been recent High Court decisions which I wasn't aware of until I had much more learned people in terms of QCs, well, KCs is now recurred off, take me through some of the individual judgments that deeply concern me as an average citizen and the potential that these constitutional changes could have. I think the average person wants constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, to Councillor Crawford's point, in the Constitution. I don't have anything to justify that, but I think that's true. But the more and more people are learning about it, a lot of people are saying if you don't know, vote no. I don't think that's true. I think it's offensive to the average Australian voter that they're not taking a serious interest in this proposal. The more detail people are going through, it appears the less they like it, which is why the polls are going down and down. And it looks very, very likely that, at the moment, based on the polling and Brexit and a number of things have, the 2019 election have thrown polling out the window. But this one looks a bit more firmer based on the potential margin of error. So we'll find out from the real poll in a couple of weeks' time. But, I don't support the motion that's been put up here tonight. I don't think we should necessarily overrule, even if one of our traditional owner groups are asking us, asking the community to deeply consider the proposal and they're staying neutral on it, that we should have a position. We should respect the traditional owners and their position. Not that we shouldn't stand on our own feet, but I don't think this is something we should get involved in.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Councillor Bond.
Like Councillor Pearl, I've already voted, and I voted no earlier in the week. One of the reasons this council didn't take a position is because very early on we asked our local Indigenous groups what their position were, and there was not a consistent position amongst them. So we said, well, we won't have a position either. We listened to our local Indigenous groups, and one of the things missing from the supporting information here is the views of the local Indigenous groups. We've listened to everyone else but them, rather ironically, on a motion to tell us we need to listen to the local Indigenous groups, which is, I find quite ironic, that we're prepared to ignore those who don't agree with us. So it's not about a voice for Indigenous people, it's about a voice for Indigenous people who will agree with us, and we'll ignore those that don't. I've been to a number of different voice events, some where Jacinta Price and Warren Mundine was speaking, some where other Indigenous people were speaking and giving their views. I think I've been to about 4 in total, listened to various arguments for and against from various people, and I believe I've made a reasonably informed decision. I think, as Councillor Pearl mentioned, if it was just about recognition, I think it would get 90% support from the entire country, and I have no doubt that would be the case. But this is not just about recognition, it's recognition plus handing out different rights to different people on the basis of their race, which I don't think will be successful. One of the other reasons it won't be successful is because the Yes campaign is being pushed by a cabal of big business, politicians, arts organisations, local government.
Thank you. What's your point of order? What's your point of order?
49.3 an error of fact. That's not true.
What's not true?
It came from the Indigenous people themselves from Uluru from the Statement of the Heart. So please don't.
Said nothing about.
All right, hey, excuse me. We're going to stop at the point of order. It's not a debate. All right. So error of fact is what you were saying? Okay. Error of fact. I don't know the truth, and so it's really hard for me to tell you what the truth is. But in order to finish this meeting, I'd like you to keep moving past that point and just keep going, okay? You probably want me to withdraw it. All right. You have to withdraw it because I don't know the answer, and there's contentious in it, so please withdraw the remark. Please wrap up it.
The comment wasn't about where it came from. The comment is about one of the reasons this will fail is because it's being pushed by a cabal of big businesses, politicians, local government and various other people. That's a statement of fact.
Okay.
You cannot, it's not a statement.
I'm going to ask you, Councillor Bond.
I'm allowed to have a different opinion.
And Councillor Crawford, this is not a debate as in back and forth. Please, one person at a time. I understand you have a strong view on this, and there are other strong views. Can we stick to the point that it's if council should support this or not? You've already given your personal opinion of what you've done.
Council should support it, and one of the reasons it will fail is because, of Councillor Pearl said, when they see local government pushing things like this, the majority of the population will just say, well, I need to be suspicious of this, I'll err on the side of no. And that's why these things will fail, because of the cabal of people who are pushing this.
All right.
And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Who is speaking to the item next? Councillor Martin, is that a hand up?
My personal journey when I was a young kid, my elderly aunt used to be telling me about my great-great-grandfather and my great-great-great-grandfather and his brothers who came to Victoria with John Pascoe Faulkner in the mid-30s, who had a sheep run that went from the Ord Canal down to Hampton and then later on moved down to Gippsland and had a timber milling business in Port Albert. And it was only when Dr. Google came along and I started investigating my family history and I learnt what happened to the Yalukit Willen clan who lived around the Point Ormond area and the impact that some of my older relatives had on them. And then these same people, when they moved to Gippsland, were involved with a guy called Angus McMillan. And if you've followed about what Angus McMillan was like, he was allegedly involved in some rather unpleasant events which involved in the demise of a number of our Indigenous people, and the local paper for their reports that the Martin brothers were seen by the local, and it uses a slang term for the Indigenous people, as the good timber millers as opposed to Angus McMillan, who was doing far more horrible things. So that's my family background, so I wear that on my conscience. When I first started teaching, and I spent over 40 years in teaching. I deal with many, many, many Indigenous families and attended a number of funerals as they lost family members far before their time. So that's affected the way that I see our Indigenous people. I can remember attending conferences in the Alice in Darwin, and as a young person in my late 20s, early 30s, and being interested, going out to see how the local Indigenous people lived. And I am still ashamed that I didn't do a whole lot more that I could have done after what I saw, and just went home and told people it was terrible and didn't do anything about it. Now's my chance to, at an individual level, at least vote yes. I can remember going to America and working in some schools, some very upper middle class schools in America.
Point of order,
which
Mayor.
were...
What's the point of order?
The debate must be relevant to the motion.
All right. I think that he's making an point in getting to it. I know we're all tired, but I'm going to ask him to keep going, mindful of the time.
Working in some schools in Maryland where there were some very middle class, very integrated communities, and they were asking me questions about were the stories they'd heard about what was happening in Australia back in the 80s true? And I tried very hard not to wear the black armband of history. So that's how my views on the way that we treated our Indigenous people have been formed, and that's why I believe we need to give them every possibility. And I'm not talking, we'll talk about race in a moment, our local Indigenous people the opportunity to have a direct influence on our lawmakers, as do the people in New Zealand, as do the people in Canada, as do the people in Scandinavia. We're doing the same thing that happened in many other countries. When I was at university with my politics lecturer David Kemp, we spent a term going through the Australian Constitution. I refer to Section 51, Clause 26. The Commonwealth has the power to make laws for the people of any race for whom it is deemed necessary to make special laws. We have an item in our current Constitution that I think is infinitely more controversial than anything that anyone could say about the current recommendation about the voice. And luckily we have a High Court. I have perhaps different views of some of the actions of our High Court that's been very careful in the way it's interpreted our Australian Constitution over the years, and with all the powers under Section 51 has been very careful to make sure that those powers have not been abused. And I would be very confident our High Court, if the referendum is, if the yes vote is carried, that our High Court will be very careful in interpreting this new clause about a voice to Parliament, to make sure that its powers are not abused in the same way that the powers of the various other clauses, I think there are about 35 or 40 clauses in Section 51 of the Constitution, any of them interpreted by themselves could be seen to give blanket and open slather powers to the federal government. Our High Court's ensured that doesn't happen. So based on my own experiences, my understanding of the legal system, the academic experience I had, I personally believe that anyone of good conscience really can't find any other way rather than to vote yes. And I believe that as we're elected representatives of the people of the City of Port Phillip, we as a group of 9 have a right, whether we're yes, no or indifferent, to let the people who elected us know where we stand as a council. And if that was 80% no, so be it. If it was unanimously yes, so be it. But I do believe that given that we've been elected by the people of Port Phillip, we as a council have every right to let the people of Port Phillip know where we as a council stand. And I'm hoping that a majority of councillors will tell our community that we as a council support the Yes campaign.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking to the item? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The debate I'm listening to tonight just reinforces why this should never have been brought to the chamber. Voting has opened already with less than 2 weeks to go. It seems a strange time to bring this motion to council as it's too late to do anything, irrespective of what gets decided tonight. And I find myself questioning why it's been brought to council a week and a half before voting, or the formal vote on the Saturday takes place. Council has a responsibility to provide impartial information to the community on all topics, and this motion seems a bit conflicted to me by supporting yes, but then wanting sort of clear and accurate information about that. In responding specifically to the motion, I make the obvious point that the voice has no relevance to local government It's insulting to sit here and be told by speakers and councillors about what my good conscience should be, about how I should vote or what my ethics should be. It's resulted in councillors using this chamber to put forward their personal political views. It is truly not relevant what my views are or how I'm going to vote, and I won't be discussing it. I've been elected to represent my community in the city of Port Phillip, and I am supposed to be working hard for the community, for services and for outcomes to the residents. The voice has no relevance to local government, and council time and resources should not be used for state government or federal government issues. It's simply a waste of hard-earned residents' rates money. Whatever individuals and Australians' community determine has no bearing in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
I'm the last one, aren't I? Unless you.
Yeah.
When considering these sorts of big decisions that particularly affect one particular community, it's really important to try and stick to the principle of nothing about us without us, making sure that you're listening to the people who are most affected by the decision. And this is really difficult because quite often those communities, and certainly in this case, don't necessarily speak with one voice. We've got the Bunurong and the Bunurong might feel less willing to put forward an opinion than the Wurundjeri do. There's obviously, quite a lot of First Nations support for the Uluru Statement from the Heart, but it's obviously not unanimous, and we shouldn't expect that to be unanimous anyway. No community is going to be unanimous like that. I personally know First Nations people who are both for the voice, and even some who come at it from a sort of a progressive no sort of angle. And I've had to try and sift through those very different messages that come from different people and try to think what is the most just and kind and best decision I can make based on that. One of the things that has helped motivate me has been the misinformation, and in particular the racism that I've seen coming from the No campaign and No voters. Looking at social media comments where people say, look, I'll be voting no, and then just a stream of misinformation about the kind of benefits that Aboriginal people in Australia get, and they all get free houses and all. It's a load of crap, obviously, but to people like us, it's obvious. But this sort of stuff gets peddled around there, and it's misinformation that is a cover for racism. And that certainly helps illustrate in terms of what the different sides are saying. It helps show where that just and kind sort of standpoint should fall. I also want to note as well that the impact that this nationwide debate has had on First Nations people, to have this sort of racism bubble up in the same way that homophobia was so rife during the 2017 marriage equality plebiscite, to have the burden, the expectation that First Nations people have to be the expert and the cheerleader and the person who has to explain to all of their white fella mates how this all works. I know a friend of mine who works at a particular sort of semi-public institution that they just bundled up all of the hate mail about The Voice and sent it to him because he was Aboriginal, he's on staff, and they just thought, well, you'd probably want to see this. That has a pretty awful effect on people, and I think that's something that we need to keep in mind, So the expectation that First Nations people should all have one opinion, the expectation that they should be able to champion and explain this sort of stuff to us is unfair. And so it does fall to the wider community to make sure they're informing themselves, to make sure they're combating misinformation, to make sure that they're engaging in a way that doesn't push that burden onto First Nations people. And I do think that one of the ways that people can inform themselves and the ways that they look to how they might make their own personal decision is, I think a lot of people do look to what the politicians might be saying and what their council might be saying. I respect that some councillors believe that everyone hates council, and anytime council likes something, they all must hate it as well. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of people on this question who are genuinely torn and they're not entirely sure how to vote on this and they want more information, they will look to go, what is this council who I interact with in so many ways and provide services for me and my family, what do they think? I think that is common. That's not necessarily an argument that we need to have a stance on everything under the sun. I understand that. But I do think it is common that people look to us. So on balance, based on what the side I think that would be the side of kindness and justice, I think it's worth supporting a yes vote. And I think people will be looking to us to do that. And I think that if we as a council can disseminate some of that information, it can take the pressure off of First Nations people who are constantly put in that situation that they've got to try and explain it to people and cop all of the racism and all of the abuse. But it's not just about this referendum. If we go back to the statement from the heart, they talk about three things. They talk about truth-telling. They talk about voice, as in terms of an established consultative body. And they talk about treaty. I really think that it's important, regardless of what happens in this referendum, that we don't give up on those really important discussions, those two other things. If the referendum succeeds, I hope it doesn't stop there and we can get into treaty negotiation, which we've already shown at a state level can be done, and truth-telling, which is, in many people's view, the most important of this. Part of the reason why the racism and the abuse is going on is because so many people in Australia don't actually understand what's happened in this country, what's happened to First Nations people. It's not taught in schools, or it's a little bit is now, but for so many people it hasn't been taught in school. I was never taught this sort of stuff in schools. The massacres, the relocations, the stolen generation, these things I didn't learn about in school. Truth-telling is such an important part of how we can actually go forward, because if we're not telling the truth about what has happened in this country, it's actually really difficult for people to make decisions like what we're asking them to make this year. Treaty, I don't need to talk about treaty. We all know what treaty is, that it's been talked about for decades. It's been promised for decades. And it's only happening in one state. If the referendum fails, I also hope that we don't give up as well. Particularly, I hope that the federal government doesn't give up on pursuing the aims of the Uluru Statement, whether that be through legislation or through regulation or whatever other avenue they might look at. It's really important that this referendum should not be the all eggs in one basket moment. It is, for many people, the preferred method so that we can get voice into the Constitution that can't be tampered with. But if that doesn't work out, we need to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and look for the next thing that we can do to provide that justice and that kindness and that reconciliation. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. some good points made in the debates tonight. It's clear I didn't grow up here. I didn't learn anything in schools. Maybe there wasn't much taught in schools. I've learned a little bit more as being on council with our reconciliation plan and our morning of mornings and our lovely welcome to countries when people come and share their stories in greater length than just an acknowledgement. And it's been pretty impactful, and I'm really proud that that history exists behind the European immigration. And I can see it in our citizenship ceremonies, how invested in the new citizens also absorb this long culture and are pleased that it's part of the country as well. When our First Nations representative will come up and they'll want them in the photos. It's awesome. It's so good to see that. I'm very disappointed that this has come to the Chambers, though. Not just that it's 10 days out, but just in general. I think it's not helping anything. I don't think it's the remit of our council. It's not our role. It feels a bit yucky to be having this conversation right now because, one, it's so divided, but it's not what we're here to do. But I'm going to be pretty embarrassed from my international friends if the voice doesn't pass, and I don't really know how to explain it if it doesn't. I don't even really like talking about how I vote. I don't have signs on my fences, minus the one time I ran for council. It's not something I like to be very out just telling everybody what I'm doing. I find it's pretty personal. But I will be voting yes, because I think this is something that, although we don't know the future, I mean, I'm voting yes in the referendum. I'm not sure yet on the vote here. It's a challenge. We don't actually know how this is all going to work, right? But I think it's the right thing to do, acknowledging the long history and that they were here before and they have a strong part of our country. And the voice, I'm okay with the voice, and the fact it's going to be a challenge too, because there are so many language groups and they're going to have to come together to form a majority, and that's going to require working together a little bit more and find some strength in that and actually have a voice, the point. So if anybody's been listening tonight, if you're still awake, that's what I'm doing. If that helps him inform your decision, I guess that's the point of what we're doing here tonight. Somebody thought that was going to be influential. I don't think it's a great idea. But we're going to have to go to the vote because we've got 2 more items. Yes, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I'm always forgetting this closing. Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to close?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. It's been a tricky one getting to this point, and so I'll close kind of briefly, but I do have a few kind of thoughts that I wanted to share before the final vote. I guess probably like kind of flicking past October 14 and whatever the result will be. One of the things I think about, and I really do think it's our council's stake to be part of the process of reconciliation. And I think despite the fact that there'll always be people in the community who kind of go, well, why did you focus on that, or why are you talking about that? I kind of focus on the benefit to the people who will feel a great sense of comfort knowing that their council is standing with them. And that's why I referenced the 2017 vote, because I certainly felt that myself. I'm certainly not the kind of person, as much as I respect what Councillor Baxter said, I'm definitely not the person who would go, oh, well, what do my council think? But the feeling of solidarity was an important one. And one that was ultimately the reason why I felt that I had to put this forward. And I did debate it a lot. That's why it's come up so late. It's been a long conversation. We've had the conversations with traditional owners, who I should note are not like the only people that decide this stuff, right? Like they are the leadership groups of Indigenous communities. They're not the only deciders in the way that council doesn't bind all people in Port Phillip to vote one way or the other. But, you know, people look to those kind of people. But I guess, like, yeah, going beyond the referendum and what I see next, I want to get to the point where I can say that my history is 65,000 years old, that I feel, and that all Australians feel a sense of ownership over all of the incredible human achievements on this continent. And at the moment, when we talk about our country, and I talk about what we own, we often talk about, like, we in the context of things like the First Fleet, and I don't know that I don't think I had family on the First Fleet. I don't have any human connection to it. But I do use the word we because we have a national ownership over it. And that's not the case, in my view, of everything that happened before that. We had more than 300 countries with languages and histories and stories, and ultimately pulling all that into our national story is only going to enrich us. This isn't just about closing a gap. This is about all the positives, and there are so many. Every time I learn more about Indigenous history, Indigenous thinking, Indigenous ideas, their connection with an understanding of our natural environment, which is so far beyond our own, it's only a positive thing. So I think, no or yes, we'll keep having that journey. I think most Australians want that. I think a lot of Australians are scared about this referendum. We've kind of never heard from Aboriginal people before. We've kind of silenced them for 200 years. And I think a lot of people, as they turn their mind to this referendum, are actually kind of scared about what they might hear. I think when people talk about their houses being taken, I don't think they actually think that. Maybe it's a generous interpretation, but I think there's a genuine fear of hearing a voice you've never heard before and knowing deep down that we've mostly done the wrong thing to that community. I don't think anyone would dispute ultimately that we took this continent by force. And at some point we have to reckon with that. At some point we have to have those uncomfortable conversations. That's why we have to have this uncomfortable conversation. It's the only way we move forward, as awful as it is. And that's why I get involved in politics ultimately, because sometimes somebody has to say the uncomfortable thing, raise the uncomfortable thing, have the unpopular opinion. I think it's the only way we move forward. So I'll commend this to a vote. Thank you.
Yep. All right. All those for. This is Crawford, Baxter, Martin, and Nyaguy. All those against. Bond, Pearl, and Crawford. And those abstaining. Councillor Clark. Sorry. What did I just say? What did I just call you? Did I just call you my own name? Is that Clark? Whatever. Clark said no. Councillor's abstained. So because it's abstained counts to a negative, it's 4-4. The mayor vote, I will be voting yes. So it has passed. Yes, it is. How's it failed? How's it failed?
It's not a tie.
But it isn't a majority.
Yeah, so therefore it fails. The casting vote's only used in the event of a tie. It wasn't a tie.
It was 4-3-1. There's no majority.
I thought you told me earlier.
Can I call for a division in that context?
It was a division. Hold on. Just wait.
What?
Just governance advice. Well, I thought that was advice I was given earlier.
Under section 54.3, Mayor, sorry. Under
Just
Rule
we are listening.
54.3 of the governance rules, for the purpose of determining the result of a vote, a councillor present at the meeting who does not vote, abstains, is to be taken to have voted against the question.
That's tied. 4-4.
Follow up. A casting vote is only used in the event of a tie, but we don't have a tie.
Because we're saying it is a no vote.
Yeah, so therefore if failed to get a majority, it's failed. But we don't have a casting vote, so it's got a tie. That's not 4-4, it's 4-3-1.
Gosh, this is right the time to do this, isn't it? Pardon? Look, who are you going to accept the authority behind this right now? Is it the mayor's meeting that this is the governance advice I've been given and this is the rules that we're following? How do you want us to resolve this? Good night, Teresa. I hope there's still a tram or a bus. Okay. I'm sorry for such a late night. Pardon? I think it's... Pardon? Well, no, you allowed the question, but what answer is he accepting, If this is the governance advice we've just received, based on the rules, we'll have to adjourn. All right, come back in a few minutes. All right, if you all can take your chairs, we will... we have a determination, and we've got one more notice of motion to go, and then we have a confidential item as well. So the night is not over yet. The night is very old. It is almost morning. All right. We have everybody. Thank you. All right. I appreciate your patience. Our governance rules, we have determined that the vote has been carried based on the mayor's casting vote because the original, with my abstention, was a tied outcome. So if any councillors want to discuss what we've decided with the rules, we can go over that after the council meeting. But that is the determination. It's carried. We're now moving on to 14.4. Thank you for the late night council. There is more if you want to stick around. All right. For those staying, we'll get going. Item 14.4 is a motion raised by Councillor Crawford in relation to the National Theatre external building upgrade. Councillor Crawford, would you like to move this nurse motion, which is up on screen?
Not a conflict of interest, or I remove myself.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
So Councillor Marcus Pearl declare a conflict of interest in relation to item 14.1 due to close association.
And you leave the meeting. Got it. All right. So the record will record that Councillor Pearl has left the meeting at 11:54. But don't go too far because we do have confidential. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for what's up on the screen? Councillor Martin? Okay. Councillor Crawford. Oh, are there any questions of the notice of motion? No questions? Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to it?
I know it's out of, it was an unexpected motion in regard to this. It's just the timing was essential for National Theatre. We know, I'm going to keep this short, we know what a valued organisation within our community it is, a long-standing valued organisation. And as we heard Alex trained there, every man and their dog have been there. Many connections with the National Theatre over the years. And it's really hitting its strides lately with some amazing shows and fantastic work happening there. But as we know, part of the challenge with beautiful old buildings is they age, and in particular the awnings and the outsides and the lighting. And we also are very aware of the increased costs that have happened that are affecting lots of different projects. Now, why I'm bringing this to you is that we know that she is the grand old lady as you come down Barclay Street, and we also know that part of the amenity is things we're trying to uplift with the upgrade to Talbot Reserve, and this is an opportunity for the public realm. It's a win-win because the way that the National is configured on that corner, it is a really dominant and area, and the lighting and the uplift will really help with amenity and obviously for the National Theatre and also to the overall experience of entering our city. So it is an out-of-the-box request. It is something innovative, but I do think in these current times we're learning that just because we haven't done it before doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. I think things need to be innovative, and we need to look to support community in lots of different ways. And I just can't say enough we had a tour through the National Theatre recently, and it is a beautiful theatre and a beautiful stage, and this is a real opportunity to help that uplift, which is what we're trying to do with St Kilda. So, councillors, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Firstly, I'd like to thank the team and the board at the National Theatre for having a number of us down there only about 2 weeks ago after the last council meeting and working through with some of the issues that they had there. And I know that there are all sorts of funding proposals that they'd like to have from all sorts of different funding bodies, but one of the things that is critical to them is the awning at the front of the building. And they've been able to secure a whole range of funding. They're probably about 70k short at the moment for what they need, and they've got most of their structural problems solved. But what they're looking for the additional funding for it's really for the appearance of the awning and the lighting of the awning. So although we're adding to the amenity of the National Theatre if we approve this grant, which I believe is going to be matched 50-50 by another donor, we're also significantly adding to the amenity of the users of Carlisle Street and Barclay Street, increasing pedestrian safety, improving the amenity of the area. So it's not as if an organisation said to us, look, our urinals aren't working particularly well and, we're a great community group, can you please help support us? This is something that's going to be a very, very clear benefit, not just to the users of the National Theatre, but anyone who comes to the St Kilda area, anyone who goes near the corner of Barclay Street and Carlisle Street, particularly if they're there in the evening. So it will allow them to add the finishing touches to a project and, as I say, will greatly increase the amenity. And it would be far better if we'd had a longer lead time and we'd been able to bring this through as part of the quarterly budget review. And I would hope that if there are any other things that the National Theatre or anyone else wants, we have the opportunity to do this. Because of the pressures of funding and getting this particular project through, this is why they've come to us cap in hand. And as a couple of other councillors have mentioned, we're not always particularly keen on funding things outside the quarterly budget review process. This is one occasion where we can perhaps make an exception because it's something that's going to be a huge benefit, not just to the National Theatre itself, but to all community users in that part of St Kilda.
Thank you. Anybody speaking to the item? Councillor Nyaguy.
I think this is a really worthwhile initiative for us. It's not something we normally get involved with, but this is a really important project. It's not going to happen again. It's very expensive to put scaffolding up around there. There's a tram line and other considerations. So I think on balance it's a good way to spend it, and I don't think we should get bogged down in process. I know we normally would do this through other processes, but given the timeliness, we ultimately need to act quickly, and I think it's ultimately going to be a great benefit to our community having that corner and that wonderful gem of a building glowing again.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the fundraising you've done is fantastic, and credit to you. I think the theatre is a worthwhile project. However, we get requests for money all the time, and if we talk about getting bogged down in process, if we talk about, well, we can make an exception here, this will lead to everyone wanting money because everyone, we have lots of good organisations, lots of not-for-profits who all do great work, and all of them need council assistance. And if we start making exceptions, then how do we defend the budget? How do we defend and make decisions? We have a process. It's an annual process, but there is a quarterly review. I very much appreciate the timing and all of those considerations, but it's not right to put those processes aside when requests are being made for money, no matter how great the reason and the justification is. So I would very much like to say yes, but it just makes it impossible when the next people come and the next people and the next people. So with a heavy heart, I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bond?
I won't be supporting it for the same reasons. We have a process by which we allocate funds. Just putting up notices of motion to give money to people is not the correct process. And all of these...
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
Madam Mayor, I believe it is completely within our purview as a council to make a decision to spend this money, unless I'm wrong. So I think it is an appropriate decision.
What's the point of order?
What's the point of order? It's not just an opinion.
Well, it's a matter of fact that we are able to make this decision. Councillor Bond is arguing that we are not, and that it is inappropriate.
I think inappropriate is an opinion, not a fact. So I'm going to let him continue.
As I was saying, this is not the appropriate forum for us to be making decisions on where we spend our money. The appropriate place to do it is through our budget process. We have a quarterly budget review where we can put all these ideas up against each other and allocate funds to the best idea as we see fit as a group of councillors, instead of doing them one by one through notices of motion. So therefore I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? All right, I'll go. I will be supporting it tonight. I agree that we have our process and it's better to do it in a quarterly review, but this one is ticks a few boxes of the time frame for them, and I know that it opens opportunity for other people to come to us, but I would also would direct them to the quarterly review if best possible, or the annual cycle for budgets, or take everything on merits as we're doing here. And I think it's helpful from the aesthetic around the amenity of the area and the precinct, but I think that the theatre offers a lot to our community, both through the amount of children in our community that go through the school, the ballet and the acting, but also the amount of performances that people can use there, that many schools, etc., also utilise the theatre, and the economic benefit of more activation of the theatre. I hear people don't want to necessarily perform there because it's not quite looking the right way, but when it does, we're going to see an uptick, and that's great. So I will be supporting this based on its merits, and that they have fundraised so well and they've got match funding. Thank you to whoever this donor is. That's fantastic. And thanks for sticking around tonight. Anybody else speaking to it? Otherwise, would you like to close?
I just want to say we've done a lot of things out of turn. The Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club, we had a special meeting for that. BMX bikes, track, Carlisle Street with the painting of the faces. Things come. We do a budget. It's a guideline for the year. There are unfortunate circumstances. But we do make exceptions, and we all make exceptions when it is a purpose that we're really behind. So I just ask you, it may not be your thing, but we do this all the time, and not ideal. But I just ask you to support this because it's a very worthy cause.
Thank you. Give me a sec. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Then we're ready to go to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? All right, that's carried. Thank you. Okay. All right. There's a few more things. Sorry. Thank you for everybody's come here tonight. I've got to say some official things. Are there any reports by councillor delegates? That's fine. Councillor Clark's leaving. Councillor Clark's leaving. Yeah, thank you. 12:05 a.m. All right. Any urgent items of business? None. All right, councillors, we'll move on to confidential items. Councillors, we have one confidential report listed in the agenda, being 17.1, the Palais Theatre and Luna Park Precinct project update. I now call upon a councillor to move that the meeting be closed to the members of the public. Thank you to Councillor Pearl. Seconded Councillor Martin. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Councillors, we will now conclude the public part of the meeting. I advise members of the public that there are no further open items to be discussed. This will be the conclusion of the public meeting. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'll wait for the doors to close.